I'm not knocking everyone. I'm only knocking a few. I'm knocking all my haters. The haters fuel me. They give me life. Yeah, I would say if you were to sometimes see Tunic pop up on stream, you would probably not be surprised. Does that make sense? No, I should say, basically, don't be surprised if maybe you see if Tunic was in the cards at some point. But it also helps that, you know, I always say, I'm never going to get influenced 100% by people telling me to play certain things or not on stream or whatever. Or, you know, but I will say, it doesn't hurt in just, like, having it, like, percolate in my mind a bit more. If you know, someone or more than one person's like, oh, you really should do this, maybe I'll be like, oh, maybe I should move that ahead of the line of, like, something else I might want to play at a certain time, you know. It doesn't hurt. Someone's not going to 100% usually convince me to play a game that I wouldn't normally have done anyway. But I would more heavily consider, like, moving things around, if that makes sense. Like, it helps that someone's like, hey, I also think you should play Tunic. And then if I was already like, yeah, I kind of did really want to check out Tunic. Especially if I already have, like, a copy of Tunic, which I'm pretty sure I do somewhere. Sitting on something. Sitting on something. Sorry, I'm trying to get situated here. I have to change my whole setup a bit. Not my whole setup, but a bit. So let's see. This is a Tuesday stream that we, only because I say this, I know there are people obviously on YouTube that just watch the Umineko streams or whatever, but I was just finished playing 2 hours of Starfield right before this, early evening streams to start time. So my brain is already warmed up for anything that might happen here. I'm not going into it cold. I didn't work today, so it's not like I'm going into a Tuesday. I say this because I'm not going into Tuesday Umineko after a long day at work, you know? Like, my brain is fresh. I've gotten lots of sleep. Nothing can hold me back for whatever is going to come in this episode. I'm not exactly sure why I remember Tunic. It was something I mentioned. Oh, I mentioned a lot of things. But at the time, I wouldn't be able to recall. Just mouth sewage. So, let's recap last Saturday's stream, yeah? What happened? We had the two pairs fighting, right? That was a thing. And oh my god, I'm like, yeah, Angie got really angry. That's a good point. That's a really good point. She got so pissed. She had an outfit transformation. She summoned crystallized, I assume crystallized, right? Crystallized demon goat things to essentially ransack the Rokenjima island. Kind of crazy, all things considered. A couple days removed from that, I was rethinking about that, and I was like, man, it's kind of weird that that's just how this is happening. But it's good. It's fine. It's good. It's fine. We had some Aurora moments. Those were what they were. Erika, Battler, Angie, Beatrice. Yeah. Island being destroyed by the goats. They're just reckless abandon, eating everything. So much so that the story purposely was like, hey, so much so that the story was like, man, they were eating shit so fast and with wanton abandon that they were eating the footholds that they were having and then just falling into abyss, right? It was something along those lines. They're like, man, they were eating the ground they were standing upon into their deaths, their own deaths. Again, seemed very metaphorical in a sense. So then, but I don't think we got too far into Battler, Erika, and Beatrice, Angie fighting. I think we might see more of that today, hopefully, because I'm down for that. I kind of did see a lot of it. They ended the fight. Did we? Am I misremembering? Wait, really? Did I like blind like the end of it in my head? They won and then left? Wait, did they? And then I said something along. Did I say something along the lines of like? No, I'm thinking of. I might be thinking of a different joke I made on a different stream. What the hell? Did I? Because I remember, obviously, I saw it. I know they were going back and forth, and they had like their whole. The music was playing, and they had like the two things. They were slinging statements back and forth. Man, I'm not escaping the just completely forgetting allegations that I constantly get. And the end was Leon convincing Lambda to stay. I remember that. Because she was just going to be like, I could just leave and just... At first she was like, I'm just going to watch this. And then she's like, well, I could just fucking leave. I remember that whole thing. Yeah, I remember the discussion about them being like, hey, we need someone on our side that can assist us in getting out of here. But... So I recall that. And she starved to death. Oh, and Erika said there was no roof. Or no, ceiling. Roof. Ceiling. Okay, I do recall that. Never mind, before you even said it. See? It is there. The memory is somewhere deep in here, man. Okay. So I recalled that, but I didn't put it that was like it. But I guess that makes sense. So I think for some reason I just, in my head, just like, in my recalling everything. There's a million things to recall, honestly, in life, not just in Umineko, but in general. Okay, I remember that. What about Erika's closed room? Oh, it was said, right? It was said. It's on the tip of my tongue. Let me think. What did he say? Fuck. Because I now remember the scene where she was like, oh, you had no ceiling. What is it? Fuck, it was something absurd. It was like slightly absurd, I thought. Fuck, give me a hint. Or could I go back? Is it? I might not be able to go back far enough. Now that I'm being honest. I can't. The answer. Oh, the absurdly long chain. That's not much of a hint. You just told me the answer. But that's fair because we already got the answer. I was just trying to recall it. You're right, though. It was a long chain. Yep. Fuck. I remember. Fuck. I remember the chain thing now. Yeah, she had this absurdly long chain to relock the thing from the outside. Yep. Okay. I don't know why I didn't just connect that, that was like the end of the fight for some reason in my head. Like, I'm sure at the time I recognized and picked up that was the end of the fights between the things, but then I don't know why I don't know. I have no good answer for you. Oh, really quick question. This is a good question. Unless this somehow spoils things. How many more Umineko streams do you think we have? I mean, honestly, we were just earlier while we were finishing up Starfield, like... we were talking about, like, how we're gonna, like, how we have, even when Umineko officially ends here at the end of episode 8, like, there will be obviously a few more Umineko supplemental streams and stuff, and Golden Fantasia. But this is, I'm ready to finish. I'm ready to power to the, what is it? Metal to the, pedal to the metal. Metal to the pedal. That makes sense. So 2 to 3 of Umineko proper. Wow. That's crazy. It's crazy to think. I'm gonna get all sentimental when this ends. I feel it. I can feel it deep within me. I'm gonna get sentimental about it all. It was a big project this year. As lame as it sounds. A big undertaking. Okay. Let me just check something really here. So the book of the single truth was sealed in crystal by Battler. Until the seal is undone, I can't even stick the key in the keyhole. Let's see. Sorry, I'm adjusting audio. You can remove this. Right? Of course. Let me get another good look at, because it's so good. I love like dark bluish black, like faded gold color scheme altogether. What a glow up, as they say. They were in a vast, dimly lit space. To sum it up in a phrase, it was like a trench in the ocean floor. No, that's not quite right. It was a library. However, the number of books and the height of the shelves vastly surpassed all those that existed in the world of humans. If height is the measure of greatness, then the gods must surely be giants taller than mountains. This place appeared to be a library big enough and grand enough for such gods. Each individual book was no larger than those from the human world. However, the shelves holding them stood like the walls of a valley, or rather a deep-sea ocean trench. So, Angie and the others looked like little more than a few small butterflies who had wandered into this vast library. Like minuscule deep-sea fish swimming about all alone in an ocean pit. This is more like ice than a seal. If you just steal it away from Battler and put it under the rays of the sun, it'll fade away by itself as time passes. She's like, that's not instantaneous enough. That's not fast enough for my liking. Isn't there some way to just smash it open? Do you thaw your frozen fish by smashing it with a hammer? Yes. Oh, that's a really good response. Sorry, I was always terrible in cooking class. Kitties. Oh! That's the thing I wanted to mention before pre-stream. The pre-Umineko here. So I'll say it now. Sorry we were all situated and everything. In between this stream that like we're doing now, over the last few days, not really over the last few days, but in between, at a certain point, one night, between last Umineko stream and now, I was really curious. I went down like a rabbit hole because I was looking up. I'm still doing some research on some Umineko post-stream stuff, but I was like, you know what? I mean, I'm pretty much done. I felt pretty confident I wasn't going to see anything I shouldn't have seen, and I didn't watch it all extensively, but I did watch a lot of the Umineko pachinko scenes done. Like, they just, people have them ripped up and on YouTube and everything. And, dude, I was thinking about it now. If somehow I could get my hands on an Umineko pachinko machine, I would pay a pretty penny for an Umineko pachinko machine. If I could just have it as like a collecting item. I would be willing to spend quite a bit of money on those. I think it's, at this point, I don't think it's more of a pricing. I think it would be more of like finding one out in the wild available for for sale. But I was, just as like a thing, it would be dope to have. I would definitely something I would spend money on. And like, it was just funny because I was in bed, I think it was late one night, and I was just pulling up a bunch of these like the pachinko scenes, which I think were very funny. I just love the idea. So I wanted to just mention that briefly, that I did spend some time it wasn't long because I either didn't find a ton of them or I didn't know where to go, but bless the people that ripped the videos and just put them on YouTube so I could see them and what it was like, because it was very funny, in my opinion. I want the true pachinko experience though. Like, I would love to go to a pachinko parlor and like just find a Umineko one and sit there while I'm inhaling like deathly amounts of like cigarette smoke, just dying. Just dying from secondhand smoke. I would love it. Anyway, Burn Castell says, kitties, thaw this seal. So this is also a call. If for some reason, somehow, I know the chances are extremely slim, but if someone's watching this and like, hey, if there's somehow you see one out for sale there, I would be willing to spend money. Even if it was in bad condition, I would pay to have it like restored and stuff somehow. Did kitties remind me of that? No, my own brain reminded me, thankfully. Kitties didn't do it for me. But yeah, there were some just pachinko machines in general are very funny to me. I don't know why. And like some of the scenes were just very funny in the way it was set up. And honestly, the fact that it was adapted to a pachinko machine is very funny to me too. Just when considering it. When Burn Castell whispered from the dark ocean pit deep below them, several emerald green glints appeared and gathered like a school of fish. Burn Castell threw the book of the single truth down to them, and only after several seconds passed, the school of fish seemed to gather around it and carry it away. Those few seconds made it clear just how deep this bookshelf trench went. Andrew was once again dumbfounded by this unimaginably vast and godly library. We can just let them handle the rest. And you really will let me see what's inside? If that is your wish, I'll grant it. And of course, I won't be able to read it myself without that key of yours. Angie silently gripped the golden key in her pocket. Wait, it's in her pocket? It's not around her neck right now? Is that a decorative key around her neck? This journey has been so long and so strange. In search of the truth from 12 years ago, I left my home, met President Okanoki, met Amakusa. And at some point, that adventure became wrapped in the illusion of the witch. However, here I am. Yushirumi Iva's diary is here. The truth inside it is sitting right before me. Immersion breaking. If anything, it's just one of those things where it's like, again, you shouldn't be 100% trusting. Not trusting might not be the right word, but taking to heart the visual part of a visual novel, right? The truth inside is sitting right before me. Rest for a while. Even I don't have enough free time to spend it all with you. Well, that was one of my points about the gold room. I can't be re-digging this up again. But the riddle about the gold room and they could get out of the gold room in a certain amount of time. We see the fucking thing. I don't need to dig it back up. I don't need to rant about it again. How many times do we have to tell you this, old man? But that was the central argument of my point. Just because we see the room, that doesn't mean it makes for a good riddle, dude. We see one shot of the gold room. We don't know anything else. We see two sides technically, right? I'm gonna die on that hill. I'm willing to do that. Well, I'm not really tired. Erika? Serve Angie some tea or something. Oh no, is she gonna drug the tea? Go to sleep. Yes, my master. Erika popped into existence out of nowhere and bowed to her master. Burn Castell. If you're planning to use me to steal both the key and the book, you won't get off easy. How dare you say such a thing to my master? Sorry. After my long experience with witches, I've decided not to trust normal words. Very well. I'll promise it with the red truth. Damn. When the seal on the book of the single truth is dissolved, you, Angie, will be the first to read it. That doesn't sound very promising. that second half of the statement, will be the first to read it, seems unconvincing in my eyes. Also, by the time I finish Umineko, I'm gonna become the big dweeb that, like, anytime I make a promise to someone, even if they don't get the reference, I'm gonna start saying I'll say it in red truth, and then I'll say the promise. I'll be one of those lamos. Angie said she wants it and is gonna die after reading it. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I don't know. The only thing I say that is, like, true. If she was to just read it and she only cares about seeing what's in it, and then her life, in her opinion, or in her head, has no meaning after that, if that's the case, right, then I guess you could make the argument, like, okay, I guess she doesn't care who might read it after. But I don't know. If I was Angie, I would be like, I'm gonna read it, and I'm taking the knowledge to my grave. No one else. That's how I would roll. Is that good enough for you? For some time, Angie considered the witch's words, searching for some sort of trap hidden within them. There's no guarantee greater than a witch's red truth. Also, but yeah, I mean, what Angie's basically saying here, right? Like, we know the red truth gets stretched so far. Angie knows this, I feel. She's smart enough. There's traps in there. There's no guarantee greater than a witch's red truth. Angie understood this well enough. If she started to doubt even this red truth, there would be nothing left to trust in this entire world. If she began to suspect even this, then even the truth would no longer be truth. Is there something more you want? No, I'm fine. If she wanted to read the book of the single truth, she would need Berncastell's assistance. And she finally realized that she had nothing to gain by complaining more and annoying this witch further. Once you dissolve the barrier, call me right away. Of course. I also want to read it as soon as possible. I'll call for you at once. Burn spun away from them, then vanished into the dark bookshelf trench. Angie saw a school of emerald green fish appear and follow behind Berncastel. Could those be her familiars? As she stared at the emerald lights that resembled some of the deep-sea fish, Angie was poked from behind. Let's go. Comrade Angie. You're creeping me out, so please just call me Angie. Then you can call me Erika-sama. Let's get going. comrade Erika. The pair began to swim in the direction Erika indicated. Swim seemed a better word for it than fly.
ここは何なの?
Just what is this place?
図書館って呼ぶにはあまりに広大すぎるわ。
It's way too big to be called a library.
どうせ覚えられませんから、図書館とでも呼ばれたらどうです?
It's not like you'll be able to remember its name, so why not just call it the library?
覚えるかどうかは私が決めるわ。言いなさいよ。
I'll decide what I can or can't remember. Tell me.
尊厳なる感激と戯曲と傍観の魔女により厳選されし名誉ある図書の都です。
It's the great witch of theater-going drama and spectating's noble city of carefully selected books.
やっぱ図書館でいいわ。
Yeah, the library works fine.
言うと思いました。
Knew you'd say that. The city of books. Yeah, the name fits. The bookshelves on either side of this canyon are skyscrapers. If I think of those emerald green lights flowing beneath us as headlights on a highway, then this really does seem like a city of books.
ただの本じゃないんでしょ? これらは。
These aren't normal books, are they?
ええ。
That's right.
これら一冊一冊が重厚な群衆劇をまとめたもの。
Each volume is packed with an ensemble play.
ここでは本に見えますが、本を開けばそこには本当に世界があるのです。
They look like books from here, but if you open one up, you'll find a whole world inside.
私たちの長い物語もこの中の一冊でしかないのね。
So, even our long tale is one of these.
遥か上層の霞んで見えないくらいに上層の大魔女はもはや神や造物主と同じ存在です。
Great witches who live on a far, far higher plane than we do are hardly any different from a creator or God.
そんな連中から見れば私たちの物語なんて果たして一冊にまとめる価値があるかどうか。
From their perspective, our little tale is worth little more than a single book, if it's even worth that. From a theatergoer's perspective, our individual lives are hardly worth anything at all. If they're recording an entire world in a single volume, then my life probably isn't even worth a single line.
でも私たちは主人公だわ。
But we're the main characters.
私もあんたも。
I am, and so are you.
そうです。
That's right.
神々の物語に記されることがなくとも
Even if the tale of the gods doesn't mention us.
私たちが記す自らの物語の主人公は常に自分なんです。
We're always the main characters in the stories we write for ourselves.
それを自覚できるかできないかが魔女と人間を分ける最初の分かれ道。
Becoming aware of that fact is the first thing that separates witches from humans. Books and books. They were on a balcony, which is really a room-sized section that had been dug out of the bookshelf, with no guardrail along the cliff. It didn't go in very deep, so it looked like a room that had been cut in half. It was filled with the tools of everyday life, as though this was Erika's hidden house.
我が主よりお茶を振る舞いとの命令ですので。
My master has ordered me to serve you some tea.
飲む気がなくてもロートを突っ込んで流し込みますからそのつもりで。
So, if you don't feel like drinking, I'll have to pour it into you with a funnel.
それやったらお抹茶を振る舞うわよ。
If you try, I'll have to serve you some matcha.
抹茶？
Matcha?
なんでもないわ。こっちの話。
Nothing. Just talking to myself. Ignoring Erika, she made tea, and she looked down upon the bizarre, otherworldly scene below. Until Erika finished getting the tea ready, the scene held Angie's gaze like it was sucking out her soul.
こう言っちゃなんですけど。
This might sound strange coming from me.
何?
What?
真実を得るために命を投げ出す契約なんて。
You actually made a deal to throw away your life to learn the truth, huh?
よくもしたもんですね。
That's impressive.
生きて何かするあてもない。
I had nothing to gain from life.
なら私にとって残りの人生を投げ出すことなんて対価としては安いものだわ。
It was easy for me to trade away the time I had left.
我が主も物好きな方です。
My master really does take to idle whims.
こんな無気力女の無価値な命と引き換えに契約なさるなんて。
To think she would make a contract for the meaningless life of a powerless girl. Heh. Angie chuckled, not bothering to argue. That was exactly right. How incredible that Bernk still would lend her powers to a worthless life that was trying to throw itself away.
まあ、我が主は奇跡を司る魔女ですから。
Well, my master is the witch who controls miracles.
だからあんたみたいな無価値な女の前にも姿を現すのでしょう。
So, makes sense that she'd appear even for a worthless girl like you.
そうね。
Good point.
ベルンカステルが現れなくても私はあの日あの虚空へ一歩を踏み出していたのだから。
Even if Bernka still hadn't appeared, I still would have taken that step off the edge that day.
安い女。
You really are a cheap and easy woman, aren't you?
じゃああんたにはそれだけの価値が。
Well then, just how much are you worth?
私ですか？
Me? The way Erika cackled was disturbing. Still, Angie realized that this was her way of answering the question. People don't become witches of their own choosing. If they're capable of living, all people want to live their lives as humans. When something comes along to trip up that life, that's when the road to living as a witch opens. Even Furudo Erika, who calls herself the Witch of Truth, must be like this. The two witches of truth sitting here drinking tea without even looking at each other are exactly the same.
私は真実を暴くのが好きです。
I like exposing the truth.
知ってるわ。
I know that.
隠し事を暴き、相手がどうしてバレたんだと青ざめるのを見るのが大好きなんです。
I like exposing secrets, then watching those people turn pale as they wonder how I figured it out.
その瞬間、私は真実に至ったのだと確信し、恍惚を覚えます。
That's when I know I've reached the truth, and it's a moment of ecstasy.
趣味の悪いやつ。
There's something seriously wrong with you.
じゃあ、あなたにとって真実は何だと言うんです？
Well then, what does the truth mean to you? Angie was about to give an immediate answer, but she bit back her words. Then she gulped, not knowing how to respond. After all, to Angie, the truth itself was the goal. At first, it was out of hatred. Could Hishiromiya Eva, the sole survivor of Rokenjima, be the culprit behind everything? She hated Eva, but she had no proof that her aunt was the culprit. And of course, Eva never talked about what happened on that island. So, at first, the truth meant proof that Eva was the culprit in Angie's eyes. However, that feeling withered away with Eva's death. Now that Eva was dead, even if Angie did find some kind of proof, it wouldn't mean anything. So, eventually, the truth Angie wanted to find became nothing more than the simple desire to know what happened on that island that day. However, one thing was obvious. Even if she did find out the truth, I wouldn't bring any of her family back to her.
意味なんて
Meaningless truth.
ないのかもね。
It might not mean anything at all.
意味もなく、大好きなお兄ちゃんが隠す真実を暴く？
You're going to expose the truth your beloved Oni-chan is hiding, even though it's meaningless?
あんたこそ意味がわかりません。
You're the one who's not making any sense. Erika laughed mockingly. Angie laughed too, as though she agreed.
だからね、
And so,
私にとっての真実は目的に変わったの。
my own truth became my goal.
生きるための理由とでも言えばいいのかしら。
Maybe you could even call it my reason for living.
じゃあ真実にたどり着いたらもう生きる意味も目的もなくなっちゃいますね。
So, once you do reach the truth, there won't be any point or purpose to you living anymore, right?
そうよ。
That's right.
だから死ぬの。
So, I'll die.
もういいじゃない。
Hasn't it been long enough?
12年も余計に生きたのよ。
I've already lived 12 years too long.
そんな私に最後の瞬間くらい願いを叶えてくれる魔女が現れてもいいとは思わない？
Don't I at least deserve to have a witch appear and grant my wish in my final moments?
ぶっちゃけると
Or, to put it simply, you're just tired of life.
生きるのにもう疲れたの一言でようやくできちゃいますね。
Does that sum it up?
そうよ。
Yeah.
だから私の存在も生きる目的も何もかもが無意味。
So, both my reason for living and my very existence are completely meaningless.
一なる真実の書にたどり着くという目的は、そんな私に人生最後のちょっとしたきらめきを与えてくれたわ。
That's why this goal of finding the book of the single truth has put a little sparkle back into my life, now that it's nearly over.
その一点でだけベルンカステルには感謝してるわ。
At least on that score, I'm grateful to Burn Castell.
なるほど。
I see.
バトラはあんたに生きてほしいからあんたの死ぬためのゴールを隠してるわけですね。
Battler wants you to live, so he hit the goal line that would lead you to death.
バトラさんに初めて登場します。
I think I pity Battler-san for the first time.
妹は選べないですからね。
After all, can't choose your little sister. Sorry, Oni-chan. I'm tired of life. For 12 whole years, I've been living off nothing but the illusion that someone might come home someday. Just let me find peace already. Oh, it's so tragic. It's so tragic. Finding the truth of that day is how I've chosen to mark the end of my life. For 12 years, I believed in a miracle, but there was no miracle. I won't believe in miracles anymore.
一なる真実の書。
The book of the single truth, huh?
内心は私も興味津々でしたが、
Of course, I'm also dying to find out what's in it.
そんなあんたの人生のピリオド扱いじゃ大した真実は記されてなさそうですね。
But from what I hear, doesn't sound like the truth inside is something spectacular enough to mark the end of your life with.
そうね。
Yeah,
最初は経典同地の何かが記されているかもと期待したわ。
at first, I hoped there would be something earth-shattering in it.
でも今は何というか冷めてる。
But now, I've calmed down, I guess you could say.
無価値なあんたが求める真実なんてどうせ無価値です。
Any truth searched for by a worthless person is bound to be worthless.
それがあんたという無価値な人生のピリオドにふさわしいでしょう。
It'll probably make for a fitting end to your worthless life.
ええ、
Yeah,
きっとそうなのよ。
I'm sure it will. Angie was already starting to realize something. Regardless of Eva's reason for staying silent, the real events of that day probably weren't anything earth-shattering. Some sort of malfunction made the bomb in that secret underground base explode. Yes, it was just an accident. But the public already believed that some sort of conspiracy surrounded the events of that day, so that's what they expected. Eva was a suspect herself, so of course no one would believe her claim that nothing strange happened. Naturally, Angie didn't believe her either. In that case, shutting up like a clam would be better than the alternative. It was hardly surprising that Eva chose to say nothing.
今は達成感なんて全くない。
Right now, I don't feel any sense of accomplishment.
よくわからない気だるい疲労感があるだけよ。
I just feel sort of worn out and listless.
真実の魔女は真実に耐える力があるからこそ真実の魔女なのです。
Being able to withstand the truth is what makes someone a witch of truth.
同志エンジェル、
Comrade Angie.
あんたにはどうやらその力がないようですね。
It looks like you don't possess that strength after all.
あったなら死のうなどと思わないのですから。
If you did, you wouldn't be thinking about dying.
そうね。
You're right.
私は誰かが帰ってくるかもしれないという幻想に12年もすがった。
I've dreamed that someone might come back for 12 years.
私がベアトリーチェの猫箱に都合よく真実を隠して12年も真実を拒否していただけに過ぎない。
I've just used Beatrice's cat box to shut away the truth, denying it for all that time.
一なる真実の書を読んだ
When you read the book of the single truth,
らあんたはどうなるんでしょうね。
I wonder what'll happen to you.
さあ
Who knows?
契約に従いベルンカステルがちゃんと私の首でも鎌で買ってくれるんじゃない？
Won't Bernkastel carry out the contract by slicing my head off with a scythe or something?
あるいはまたひき肉かしら。
Or will I be turned into chunks of meat again?
今度こそ塩と胡椒を練り込まれるわね。
Maybe I'll get some salt and pepper this time.
なるほど。だからひき肉なわけですね。
I see. So that's where the chunks of meat thing came from.
何か言った？
Did you say something?
いいえ、何も。
Nope, nothing at all.
それよりおかわりはいかがです？
Anyway, would you like some more tea?
ノーサンキュー。
No, thank you. Angie listlessly gazed down from the balcony with no handrail. Down into the darkness of the abyss at the bottom of the bookshelf ravine. No, the gap between the bookshelf skyscrapers. From the beginning until the end of my journey, I haven't taken a single step away from this spot. This journey of mine, not even a single step long, will end soon.
あの底を流れてる光の行列は何？
What are those lines of lights flowing around at the bottom?
あ
Oh, those?
あ、大アウローラ教のパーティーの客人たちの行列でしょ。
Probably a group of guests coming to the Great Lady Aurora's party.
客人？
Guests?
元老院の大魔女たちや退屈から逃れる永遠の旅の途中の航海者たちへ。
Great witches from the Senate, Voyager witches who are trying to escape boredom in their endless travels.
数百年の眠りより目覚めた偉大なる大魔女たちから未来世界を牛耳る魔女や魔女狩りの貴族たちまで。
Powerful witches who have woken from century-long sleeps, as well as witches who control the future world and noble witch hunters.
今夜は大きなパーティーが催されるようですよ。
Seems she's planning to hold a grand party tonight.
お誕生パーティーでもするの？
What? Is it her birthday party or something?
無限の魔女大ベアトリーチェ教は辺境の魔女なれど。
From what I've heard, the Great Lady Beatrice, the Endless Witch, is an outsider among witches.
その優れた魔法体系により無限の物語を生み出す無限機関ベアトリーチェの猫箱を生み出した天才魔女だそうです。
She's also the genius who created Beatrice's cat box out of a formidable magical compendium, an endless factory capable of producing endless tales.
私からすれば爪の甘い間抜け魔女なのですが、どうやら大魔女の世界ではちょいと知られた有名人のようで。
From my point of view, she's just stupid and a weak finisher, but in the world of great witches, she's apparently pretty famous.
ベアトリーチェの誕生会でもやるわけ？
So this is Beatrice's birthday party?
我が主はベアトリーチェの腹渡でもつ鍋パーティーと言っています。
My master says she'll be holding a dinner party with Beatrice's guts.
だってそうじゃないですか。
After all, it's only natural, right?
一なる真実が存在しないから猫箱は無限の物語を生み続けたのです。
The cat box was only able to generate infinite tales because there was no single truth.
しかし今宵
However, tonight,
あんたの鍵によって一なる真実が明かされます。
the single truth will be revealed thanks to your key.
そしてそれは猫箱が開かれることを意味する。
And that means the cat box will be opened.
まさにベアトリーチェを生きたまま腹を引き裂いてその中身をぶちまけるのと同じことってわけです。
Really, it's no different from slicing open her chest as she still lives and tearing out what's inside.
そのもつ鍋パーティーにあの高速道路の渋滞みたいな大行列が？
Everyone in that huge crowd that looks like a packed freeway is going to one dinner party?
ベアトリーチェの有名さを驚くべきか、あの連中のゲスさにヘドが出るのが先か、分かりかねるわ。
I'm not sure what's stronger, my shock at how famous Beatrice is, or my revulsion at those sleeves bags.
あんたにとって一なる真実の書の中身は単なるピリオドに過ぎない。
For you, the book of the single truth is nothing more than an end.
でもロッケン島ミステリーを感激する者たちにとってはこれは見過ごせないイベントですから。
However, for all those enjoying the mystery of Rokenjima, this is an event that can't be missed.
なるほど。
I see.
あれはお兄ちゃんのゲーム版を食い破ってたヤギどもの行列というわけなのね。
So, that's a crowd of those goats who were chewing Oni-chan's game board apart. Angie's analogy was an accurate one. The crowd far, far below them was made up of nobles wearing beautiful outfits and goat masks. They were also intent on tearing the guts out of Beatrice's cat box so that they couldn't even hide the drool trickling from their mouths. Those gluttonous goat nobles, who derived pleasure from the violence of exposing the truth, were in a line of cars heading towards the meeting place.
猫箱もベアトリーチェもいよいよおしまいなのね。
Looks like this is the end for Beatrice and the cat box.
ベアトたちはゲーム版の最後の食い残し黄金鏡に立てこもってます。
Beato and the others have holed up in the Golden Land, last remnants of the game board.
バトラとベアトが門番を務め第一陣を壊滅させたようですが第二陣を防げません。
Battler and Beato strengthened their defenses and have destroyed the first wave, but they won't be able to stop the second.
我が主は籠城概念破壊の艦隊を与えられました。
My master has given me an armada capable of destroying the very concept of defensive measures.
黄金鏡の城壁などもはや風前の灯火です。
The Golden Land's ramparts are as good as gone.
あの島に湧き出したヤギたちは島に惨劇を望む未来の妄言が具現化したもの。
Those goats who appeared all over the island, they're the personification of random opinions in the future, and all of them want this island's tale to be a tragedy.
そうです。
That's right.
あのヤギたちはネットの海からいくらでも生まれてきます。
Those goats keep getting born from the sea of the internet.
第一陣など所詮は有象無象。
That first wave was just the riffraff.
第二陣は違います。
The second wave will be entirely different.
無数のヤギたちの中から立てこもるすべての駒たち個人個人の否定に特化した再生鋭から編成しています。
It's made up the best of the best. Elite goats selected from the crowd that are capable of denying all the cowering pieces one by one.
総兵力は10万。
In total, they number in the hundreds of thousands.
島に立てこもるほんの数十人を否定するために10万の否定を用意したのです。
100,000 people to deny the existence of a few dozen hiding on an island.
お兄ちゃんももうおしまいね。
Looks like this is it for Oni-chan too.
もう覚悟はされているのでしょう。
Are you sure you're ready?
後宮バトラは1986年に死んでいてあの彼は猫箱が生み出した幻想であると。
You understand that Ishiromiya Battler died in 1986? And that this man is an illusion created by the cat box?
え
Yeah,
え、分かってるわ。
I understand. Regardless of whether he's my real brother or an illusion, regardless of whether he's who I'd like him to be or not, the battler who created this game board for my sake will die. No, I'm just going to accept the fact that he already was dead, so it's not like he's actually going to die. Angie thought to herself, shouldn't performing her brother's last rites be her responsibility? This was her final trial, which she had assigned to herself. All of those people down on the game board were the personification of Angie's naivety. By denying the existence of all of them, wouldn't she finally be able to accept the truth? No, that's not right. I'm not being honest even with myself. That bizarre Halloween party may have been an illusion, but that didn't make it any less heartwarming. Oni-chan said it himself. True, that Halloween party may have been an illusion. However, he was trying to use that party to tell me something.
その第二陣は
About that second wave.
我が主より 私が指揮官を務めるよう仰せつかっています。
My master has appointed me to be their commander.
お任せを、エンジさん。
Leave it to me, Angie-san.
あなた自らに手を汚させるほど我が主は陰湿ではありません。
My master isn't so malicious that she'd make you dirty your own hands. Yes, that might be kind of her. These are my lingering attachments we're talking about. I should be grateful to Bernkastel. If she really were cruel, she would probably have ordered me to take charge of the second wave and execute my own family.
どうしエンジ
Comrade Angie,
あんたは真実の魔女なんですよ。
you're a witch of truth, aren't you?
そうよ、多分。
That's right. Probably.
じゃあ受け入れましょう。
Then accept the truth, okay?
12年を経てようやく本当の一なる真実に。
Finally, after 12 years, the single truth lies before you.
私はここでベルンカステルが封印を解き終えるのを気長に待つとするわ。
Dots. I'll just sit around here until Bernkastel breaks the seal.
おそらくはパーティーのゲストとしてあなたは呼び出されるでしょう。
You'll probably be summoned as a guest for the party.
姿見はありますので目やにでも撮ってたらどうです？
We've got a mirror, so maybe you should wipe the sleep from your eyes.
あんたこそ出陣前に無駄毛でも抜いてきなさいよ。
And maybe you should shave before heading out to battle. Great. It floated there in the empty air, the door to the Golden Land. At its base, there was nothing except some floor tiling about as thick as a rug, so it's fairly hard to imagine that this was Kinzo's study. By this point, all the game board except the Golden Land had been eaten away, leaving only this door floating in a sea of nothingness. There were two shapes in front of the door. They were Battler and Beato. They may not have been literally covered with wounds, but they definitely seemed to be dead tired. Battler, leaning against the door, seemed to have finally caught his breath. Beato was also sitting against the door, letting her legs dangle gracelessly. Could this battle against that force row be called a battle? It was more like a mere pushing contest on the increasingly small bit of ground that remained. They had wanted to protect at least Kinzo's study no matter what. And the only fruit of their desperate struggle was the thin bit of flooring that they were sitting on now. Those goats fell into the abyss whenever they had nowhere to stand. So now, with so much of the floor gone, there was no way for them to attack anymore. If Battler thought this, his naive hopes were quickly crushed.
ゾロリと取り囲んでやがるな。
Looks like we're surrounded.
増援を集め、今度こそ一度に押しつぶそうという魂胆であろう。
They probably plan to gather their forces and crush us in a single stroke. Boat! Boat pictures! Stretching across the ocean horizon that surrounded the door at their backs was an encirclement of countless large sailing ships. As they could clearly see, the decks of those ships were packed with goats, with some of the more foolish and overeager ones spilling over the edges into the emptiness below. Great.
すげえな。
Dang.
俺もお前のゲームで随分とおかしな経験をいろいろしてきたが、
I've gone through a lot of crazy stuff in your games.
海賊船に包囲されるってのは初めての経験だぜ。
But being surrounded by pirate ships is definitely a first for me.
おそらく黄金鏡の境を打ち破る力を持つのだろ
They probably do possess that strength to break through the Golden Land's perimeter.
う。あの大砲もハったりではあるまい。
Those cannons are no bluff.
あれでこの扉をぶち抜いて一挙になだれ込もうというに違いあるまい。
Doubtless, they will be able to use those to smash through this door and pour in. Along the sides of each ship were several open gun ports, each with a cannon pointing at the door. If this many ships all around them fired all of those at once, there was no point trying to imagine what would happen next. Battler and Beato grimaced and hung their heads.
あの大砲を前に黄金鏡の境はどの程度持ちこたえる？
How long will the Golden Land perimeter hold out against those cannons?
わからぬ。
I do not know.
ただ、あれだけの数を揃えているのに、まだ援軍を待つということは、おそらくそうやすやすと敗れはしないのだろう。
However, since they're still awaiting reinforcements after amassing that many soldiers, I doubt the barrier will break that easily.
確かに。
True.
降伏勧告もしないで攻撃の手を休める理由はそれしか考えられねえな。
Can't think of any other reason to delay your attack without even setting out terms for surrender.
奴らが与えるこの時間が我らに有利に生かせれば良いのだがな。
I hope we can take advantage of this time they give us.
劣勢な側にとって時間はいつだって味方さ。
Time is always the ally of the weaker side.
何かの奇跡を期待できるからな。
After all, you can always hope for a miracle.
あるいはさらなる絶望を知ることにもなろうか。
Though it might just lead us further into despair. At that moment, something small and hard hit Battler in the forehead.
いて。
Ow!
なんだこりゃ。コンペイト？
The heck is this? Compito?
私よ。
It's me! Badoink?
分かったわよ。ベルンたちの居場所が。
I know where Bern and the others are. The candy was Lambda Delta's transformed body? What? She was only one of their allies capable of crossing the Sea of Fragments.
おお、
Spectacular!
さすがは大ラムダデルタ卿。
That's the great Lady Lambda Delta for you.
ここじゃ奴らに姿を見られるわ。
They can see us here.
中で話をしましょう。
Let's talk inside.
一筋縄じゃいかないことになってるわ。
This is starting to get messy.
分かった。
Got it.
誰かいるか？
Is anyone there? When Battler knocked on the door, it opened. Shannon Cannon came into view.
はい。お呼びですか？
You called for us?
すまぬが見張りを頼む。
My apologies, but we need you two to keep a lookout.
お任せを。
Leave it to us.
奴らが攻撃を開始したら戦う必要はない。
When they begin their attack, don't worry about fighting them.
すぐに黄金鏡に逃げ込め。
Escape to the Golden Land as soon as they start.
扉を閉めなくていい。
Don't worry about closing the door.
しかしそれでは。
But that means...
奴らは扉なんか無視して直接黄金鏡をぶっ壊す気だ。
they're planning to ignore the door and smash the Golden Land directly.
ここで仁王立ちしてたってもう何も防ぐことはできやしない。
Making a last stand here won't do anyone any good.
わかりました。
I understand.
ここは僕たちに任せて中で対策を。
We'll take care of things here, so go inside and work on a counterattack. We shall.
しばらく頼むぞ。
We're counting on you. Battler and Beato traded places with Shannon Cannon and returned to the Golden Land. A gentle rain poured down over the Golden Land's rose garden. The weather here reflected the hearts of those inside it. The quietly falling raindrops spoke for the pain felt by those who could do nothing but hide here, waiting for the enemy's final assault. When they returned to the arbor, a piece of compito flew out of Battler's pocket, jumped onto the table, and returned to its original form.
久々よね、こんなスリル。
I haven't had a throw like this for years.
まさか魔女にもなってこんなハラハラした目に遭うなんて夢にも思わなかったわ。
Hard to believe I'd find myself in such a tense situation even after becoming a witch.
それで
Let's get down to business.
エンジやベールンカステルたちは一体どこに？
Where the heck are Angie and Bernkastel?
図書の都よ。
They're in the city of books.
聞いたことがあります。
I've heard of it.
海を渡る偉大なる魔女たちが集めたさまざまなかけらを書物に記し保管した地があると。
They say it's They think it's like a small sugar candy. That makes sense. A little tiny. I just like the idea of being able to transform into a little piece of candy. It's just funny to me for some reason. They say it's a place where great witches, travelers of the sea, store countless fragments in the form of books.
尊厳なる感激と戯曲と傍観の魔女により厳選されし名誉ある図書の都ですな。
You mean the great witch of theater going, drama, and spectating's noble city of carefully selected books, yes?
大アウローラ教は図書の都の主だ。
The great Lady Aurora is the ruler of the city of books.
なるほど。妥当な場所であるな。
Indeed, that would be a fitting place for those two to go.
しかし、さすがはラムダデルタ教ね。
Nice going, Lady Lambda Delta.
無数に想定された隠れ家からこんなにも早く居場所を突き止められるなんて。
Hard to believe that you could pick out that spot so quickly from all the other possible hiding places.
それがね、簡単に分かっちゃったわ。
Actually, it was pretty easy.
分かるも何も向こうで大々的に宣伝をしているわ。
I didn't even have to search since they're advertising it so loud as they can.
無限の魔女大ベアトリーチェ教の猫箱の秘密大公開パーティーってね。
They're planning a huge party to celebrate the announcement of a great secret. The secret to the cat box of the great Lady Beatrice, the Endless Witch.
なるほどな。奴らがまだ攻めてこぬ理由は援軍待ちではなくパーティーの式次第のせいらしいぞ。
I see. They haven't been delaying their attack because they await reinforcements, but because the party has not yet begun.
そのパーティーとやらでエンジェの鍵を使って一なる真実の書を公開するということなのか。
So in this party, they plan to use Angie's key and reveal the contents of the Book of the Single Truth?
そういうことね。
You've got it.
アウローラは久しぶりのイベントなんで各界から賓客を集めて大パーティーを催してるわ。
Aurora hasn't held an event like this for ages, and she's gathering VIP guests from all over the place.
一なる真実の書はそのパーティーの最後の目玉になるでしょうね。
The Book of the Single Truth will probably be the party's final showpiece.
エンジェと鍵を取り戻すチャンスはまだあるってことか。
That means we still have a shot at taking Angie and the key back.
時間的猶予という意味ではね。
Time-wise, that may be true.
ただとてもシンプルかつ当然な問題が。
However, there's a really simple and obvious problem.
なんだ。
What?
図書の都は元老院の管理下にある聖域よ。
The City of Books is a secret realm, or sacred realm, under the supervision of the Senate.
神聖な結界が張られている。
It's protected by a holy barrier.
元老院の魔女以外は踏み入ることさえできない。
Only a witch of the Senate can enter it.
パーティーの招待客には元老院に席を持たぬ者もいるのでは。
Have they invited any non-senators to the party?
ええ、いるわ。
They have.
そういう連中には特別に聖域に踏み入ることを許可する招待状が与えられてるみたい。
It looks like they're being given special invitations, which allows them to enter the sacred realm for a limited time.
招待状。
Invitations?
これは面白くなってきましたな。
My. Now this could be interesting.
と私も思ったわよ。
That's what I thought.
ところがこの招待状遅刻厳禁でパーティー開始時刻までに入場受付をしてないと自動的に効果を失う優れもの。
However, there's a strict policy on punctuality, so these invitations automatically become useless unless you present them before the party begins.
そしてお気の毒なことについさっきパーティーは始まっちゃったわ。
And I'm afraid to say that the party started a short while ago.
つまり遅刻した来客の誰かから招待状を奪うという手はもう手遅れということか。
In other words, it's too late to try stealing an invitation from a guest who's running late.
そういうこと。
That's right.
でどうすんのこれから。
So, what do we do now?
誰かポップコーンもらえる？
Could someone get me popcorn?
今度キャンディーフレーバーがいいわ。
Like some candy flavor this time.
門外漢で恐縮だが、もはやお手上げに思えるね。
Thanks, Kraus. Thanks for contributing. As an outsider, I hate to barge into this conversation, but we seem to have no options left.
私たちはもうおしまいなのですね。
We're already done for, aren't we?
ここで座ったまま奴らが襲ってくるまで待ってるしかないの。
Can't we do anything except sit here until they attack?
何かできることがあるはずだわ。
There must be something we can do. That's right.
私たちにできることは
There's
一
just
つだ
one.
けあるわ。
There's just one thing we can do.
それは
What's that?
1分1秒でも悪あがきして奇跡を待つことや。
We can keep on struggling for each second of survival and hope for a miracle.
奇跡
A miracle?
つまりこいつはアラモの砦ってわけさ。
So, we're stuck defending the Alamo. What a reference! What? I get this reference. Me living in San Antonio right now. Me having to have taken a Texas history class in my life. I will always say, everyone actually says it, but the moment in life when you actually look at what the Alamo is and what it currently looks like and what's around the Alamo, it is truly a laughable scene. I remember even once I left the state of Texas as a kid, and then like even then I probably I think as a kid living in Texas, taking Texas classes or whatever, I don't think I truly understood what the Alamo looked like. But like you take these classes and you think like, oh, the Alamo is like especially now you would think it would be this grandiose, like special looking, like monumental, like preserved history thing. And then the moment you look it up and you go like, what does it look like now? It is actually hilarious. Hilariously baffling that what the current state, it's just very funny to me. It's pathetic, honestly. And I feel comfortable saying that. I don't know, you just, like, in my head, for some reason, I envision, like this thing that's just by itself, and it's like, oh, this, maybe, like, this really important historical site. It's like, nah, not at all. I digress.
幸福はない。
Surrender isn't an option.
できるのは一分
Ranting about
一
the
秒
Alamo
で
here.
答
We
えて奇跡が起こるのを待つことだけで。
we can only hold out as long as we can, waiting for a miracle.
ウリュウ
Uryu,
奇跡って何？
what kind of miracle?
エンジェが何かの理由で気が変わって
There is a chance, maybe 1 in a million,
ここへ戻ってくる可能性が何百万分の1の確率であるかもしれない。
that Angie will change her mind for some reason and come back.
そのような極小の確率の末ならば、それは確かに奇跡と呼べるであろうな。
With a probability such as that, it truly would be a miracle.
私たちはエンジェさんの帰りを待つためにここにいるんです。
We are here to wait Angie-san's return.
え
Yes.
え、エンジェさんの帰る場所は私たちのいるここだけなんです。
This right here is the only place Angie-san can call home.
だから私たちは最後の1秒までここを守って彼女の帰りを待たなければならないんです。
So, we must defend to the last minute, waiting for her to come back.
留守をお預かりすることこそ使用人の役目。
Awaiting the return of one's master is a servant's duty.
こうとなればこの号だ。もう覚悟は決まっております。
Now that we are here, I, Koda, am prepared for whatever may come.
バトラ様、
Battler-sama.
我ら一同すでに覚悟は決まっております。
All of us are prepared.
シエスタ姉妹この得体一同盟約に基づき最後まで大ベアトリーチェ教とご一緒するであります。
It's funny, I think in the last Umineko stream I said something along the lines of like how the scene seemed like it was like the ramping up scene of like the finale of a like an RPG or something, like a JRPG or something. Just how it kind of set up and everything. This feels like the section where like all your party members that you've been able to keep alive up to this point, like the final check-in with everyone who's still alive, and it's like they all have their one line to say about the current situation. Like you could go around and like talk to every single one and see what they say about like their impending doom or whatever. It's very funny how this is all set up. We're like hearing from everyone. We got the Chiesters, we got the random ass servants. Just talk to them all. We of the Chester Sisters Imperial Guard will fulfill our oath and remain by the Great Lady Bradysh's side until the bitter end.
45問題ありません。
45 here. No problems.
最後まで戦います。
I will fight until the end.
ようやく似合いの死に場所を見つけたに。
Finally, a fitting place to die, yeah? And then there's a prompt, are you sure you want to continue the story? You won't be able to turn back. Yeah. Exactly.
410問題ないに。
I don't know if it's a hot take or not, but every game that makes sense to have one of those things in should have a prompt like that. Let the players know. No problems from 410, yeah. Although I think current game design, I think most games are really good at signposting stuff like that, though. I think that's pretty agreed upon.
煉獄の7姉妹、最後までベアトリーチ様とバトラ様のおそばに。
Seven Sisters of Purgatory stay with Beatrice Sama and Battler Sama until it's all over. The 6 younger sisters also showed the resolve with their eyes. Them too. Erserne Jungfrau
最後までお供します。
will serve until the end.
元 SSVD もいいぜ。付き合ってやら。
The former SSVD's got your back too.
そしてあなたもどうか私たちに力を。
And I ask that you lend us your power as well.
私？
Me?
だよ。
No way.
偵察してきてあげたじゃない。
Didn't I just give you some excellent intel?
それで私は十分協力をしてあげたつもりだけど。
I think I've done more than my fair share, don't you?
あなたはエンジちゃんが図書の都の中にいるのをどうやって確認したんですか？
How do you know that Angie-chan is in the City of Books?
もちろんこの目でよ。
I saw her with my own eyes, of course.
私、自分の目で見たものしか信用しないたちなの。
I never trust anything unless I see it for myself.
ということはあなたは聖域である図書の都に入る資格を持っているということですね。
Which means you're qualified to enter the sacred realm called the City of Books, right?
そうと。
Indeed.
大ラムダデルタ教は元老院の大魔女であらせられるぞ。
The great Lady Lambda Delta is a witch of the Senate, after all.
ラムダデルタ。
Lambda Delta.
何よ、あんたたち。
Bully her into helping us. Bully her. What's with you guys?
まさか私にもう一働きしろって言ってんじゃないわよね。
You aren't gonna tell me to do more work, are you?
これは思わぬ出番だね。
My, what an unexpected development.
図書の都に入ることができるのはラムダデルタ教ただ一人。
Lady Lambda Delta is the only one who can enter the City of Books.
ということは、これはまさに
Could that possibly mean?
ラムダデルタ教のための見せ場ということじゃない。
That this is Lady Lambda Delta's time to shine?
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。あんたたち正気？
Enough kidding around. You people crazy?
私がたった一人で
You're telling me to go all by myself
あそこへもう一度侵入して
and sneak into there one more time?
エンジェを連れ戻してこいっての？
And then bring Angie back out of here? The several dozen people surrounding Lambda Delta all nodded in unison.
バカも休みを言いなさいよね。
How stupid can you be?
エンジを助け出すってことはダイアウローラのパーティーをぶっ壊せってことよ。
If I save Angie, I'll be crashing the Great Aurora's party, get it?
私に世界を敵に回せってこと？
I'd have the whole world as my enemy.
私に見返りはないわ。あるわけない。
And what's in it for me? Nothing, obviously.
あんたたちに用意できるどんな見返りだって。
There's nothing you could possibly offer me.
ダイアウローラとその愉快な友人の化け物たちを敵に回すことと割が合うわけなんてない。
That would be worth getting on the bad side of Aurora and her monster friends.
ダイアウローラとダイベルンカステルの目論みを台無しにし
You'll get to see a happy ending, where Aurora and Berg's schemes are crushed.
エンジェちゃんを連れ戻しみんなで和解するというハッピーエンドが見られます。
Angie comes back, and everyone makes peace with one another.
どうであるかラムダデルタ教。
What do you say, Lady Lambda Delta?
これほどのスリル他にはないぞ。
There could be no greater thrill.
それほどの大事を成し遂げればそなたも 病を1000年は忘れることができるのではないか？
If you pulled off such a marvelous feat, you would be able to forget your illness for 1,000 years, would you not?
頼むラムダデルタ
We're begging you, Lambda Delta.
俺たちに力を貸してくれ
Lend us your power. Please, please, we're begging you. Help us save Angie. Everyone surrounded Lambda Delta asking for her help.
どうか頼むラムダデルタ卿
Please, Lady Lambda Delta.
そなたしかおらぬのだ
Only you can do this. I like the appeal to, oh, you're the only one who can do it. Which may be true, but we really need your help.
力を貸してくれ
Give us your strength.
俺がお前に最高の物語を見せてやる
I'll show you the greatest of tales.
そいつを最前列で見せてやるから
And you'll get to see it from the front row.
だから力を貸してくれ
So please, lend us your strength.
うるさ
Shut up.
い黙れっつってんです
Shut the hell up. So you'll do it, right? Lambda Delta leapt to her feet and crushed the cup of popcorn in her hands. Sweet, candy-flavored popcorn flew all over the place, hitting everyone in the face. It might have looked funny. However, no one laughed. Lambda Delta's face was filled with a rage that none of them had seen before.
勘違いしないでくれる
Please, stop getting the wrong idea.
私は観客よ観客
I'm a spectator. A spectator!
ベアトに招かれてそのゲームを見物に来ただけの客人よ
I'm just a guest who was invited by Beato to come and watch this game.
その私がなんであんたたちのために命までかけなきゃなんないわけ
So why should I risk my life for you people?
ヘンジが帰ってきたらハッピーエンドバ
You think you'll get a happy ending if Angie comes back?
カじゃない
Are you really that stupid?
怒り狂ったベルンとその軍勢が一気になだれ込んできてブチッと潰されておしまいじゃない
Burn and her forces will come sweeping through here, mad with rage, and wipe us all out.
私がここにいる理由はたった一つよ
There's only one reason I'm here.
それは面白い物語が見られるとそこのリオンに単価を切られたから
And that's because Leon over there said I'd get to see an interesting show.
そして私はもうじき最高に面白い物語が見られることを信じて疑わないわ
Yeah, and now I'm sure I'll get to see a sublimely interesting tale very soon.
それは排水の陣でベルンの軍勢と戦って一人また一人と散っていく悲しい悲しい物語
A sad, sad tragedy as you fight desperately against Burns' forces to get wiped out one by one.
全員に散り際の見せ場がありそうだもんね
Oh, I'm sure you'll each get one last time to shine as you're torn apart.
それを間近でもうじき感激できるのよ
If I just wait a little, I'll get to see all that, won't I?
あんたたちはもうじきみんな死ぬの
Pretty soon, all of you will be dead.
でも私は違う
But not me.
私は観客よ客人よ
I'm a spectator, a guest. The whole Fast and Furious, let's get Lambda Delta on our side, say she's part of the family, is not, the situation's not working out. She's resisting.
あんたも一緒に死んでくれなんて言われる筋合いはこれっぽっちもないんだから
There's absolutely no reason for me to die with you. No one was able to say a word. In the still silence, where there was no sound except that of the rain, even Lambda Delta finally hung her head in dismay.
ごめんね
I'm sorry.
私ってば最高にかっこ悪いわ
I'm totally lame, aren't I?
そうよねここで私が任せておきなさいって胸を叩いたら私の人気はうなぎ登りで次の人気投票はトップ3くらいに入っちゃうかもね
Sure, if I stood up right now and said leave it to me, my popularity would surge and I'd probably make it into the top 3 in the next character ranking contest.
でもね
But still,
私はあんたたちと違って物語の登場人物じゃないのよ
unlike the rest of you, I'm not a character who appears in the story.
死ねないのよ
I can't die.
あんたたちが深夜にクライマックスはこれからだとか意気込んでるけど
It's like it's midnight, and you're telling me that the climax of the show is coming up next.
私も明日ゲ 月曜で学校で日直で朝は起床が早いわけよ。
But tomorrow's Monday and I've got early cleaning duty at school.
住んでる世界が違うの。
We live in completely different worlds.
だからさ、私をさ。
And so... And Delta staggered as though dizzy, then plopped down into a chair. Then she became expressionless like a doll, just staring at a single point in space silently. Sorry. Oh, sorry. Battler softly apologized. However, Lambda Delta remained expressionless. Who would I guess are the ones on top? Of character popularity poll, I would think Beatrice, Erika, Battler would be like my top 3 guesses. I think Beatrice would be really popular. I think Erika, just from the discussion around, like, once Erika got onto the scene, I feel like people would say Erika was popular. Beatrice, Erika, Angie, Battler. Man, people really like Angie. That's fair. But yeah, it was pretty close. I think it's pretty easy to pick out, like, the top ones, though. I mean, fucking you got the bottom dwellers, like fucking Nanjo and, you know, fucking Maria, Sakataru. I mean, Jesus Christ. The 7 Purgatory Sisters, possibly. Jesus. A sea of nothingness down there, you know? Also, I love that Natsui is apparently kind of up there. Good on Natsui. People love her. Battler says, it's not fair for us to force you to risk something on our own. Not when we haven't yet exhausted all of our options. Beatrice is top overall from all 7th expansion works. That makes sense to me as well. Beatrice is so, excuse me. It makes sense. I mean, it makes sense to me even without having reading the others, because... And that's, again, why, partly, I mean, I feel like I've seen Beatrice, I feel, as just a random-ass character in my life more than any other things before I even started, obviously, reading Umineko this year. I think I've like known of the character Beatrice's existence.
俺たちはここで戦い、最後の1秒までここを守る。
We'll fight here and defend this spot until the last moment.
エンジが一なる真実よりも俺たちを選び、帰ってきてくれるかもしれない奇跡を信じて。
We'll believe in the miracle of Angie choosing us over the single truth.
それも尽くさないのに、あんたに俺たちと一緒に命を捨ててくれなんて頼めるわけもない。
If we weren't prepared to do that, we could hardly ask you to give up your life along with the rest of us. Battler rose from his seat and span around. Battler.
見張りの2人と交代してくれ。
I'll switch places with the pair outside.
俺が奴らと戦う時の先人でありたい。
When the enemy comes, I want to be in the front lines.
それが今すぐ俺がラムダデルタに見せられる俺の決意だ。
That's the fastest and most direct way. I can show Lambda Delta my determination. I'll prove to her.
わらわも行くぞ。
I shall go as well.
お師匠様はラムダデルタ教に新しいポップコーンを頼む。
Teacher, please find Lady Lambda Delta some more popcorn.
ベアト。
Beato.
エンジェは必ず帰る。
I know Angie will return.
信じねば実る奇跡も実らぬというもの。
Without belief, even miracles that might have occurred will not.
くじを買わねば当たることもないのだからな。
You can't win a lottery unless you buy a ticket. Beato also stood up and followed Battler.
みんな
Everyone,
戦いに備え何かの準備をしよ
let's do what we can to prepare for the fight.
賛成だぜ。
Yeah,
ここでうつむいてだってバカバカしいぜ。
it'd be stupid to just sit around here doing nothing.
そうだな。
Good point.
最後くらい景気よく行こうぜ。
Let's at least give him a good show at the end.
エンジェちゃんの帰る場所を守らなくちゃ。
We gotta make sure there's a place Angie-chan can call home.
私たちも作戦会議が必要です。
We should hold a strategic conference too.
そうだな。
Yeah.
家具に武具に悪魔に異端審問官だ。
We have furniture, weapons, demons, and inquisitors on our side.
このちぐはぐ連合軍でうまく連携を取らなきゃな。
There's gotta be some way for these mismatched forces to cooperate.
さあ妹たち、
Let's go, little sisters.
休憩の時間は終わりよ。
Break time is over. Yes.
シエスタ隊起立。
Chester troops, rise. The humans and illusions all rose to their feet and left the arbor. Afterwards, only Lambda Delta remained, still staring blankly at a point in empty space. Shame, shame Lambda Delta. Shame her for being a non-participant. That black tea smells nice.
インスタント？それともティーバッグかしら？
Is it instant? Or from a tea bag?
おや、同志エヴァもいかがです？
Oh, would you like some too, Comrade Eva?
カップはないのでロートになりますが。
We're out of cups, so you'll have to use a funnel. A gold butterfly drifted onto the balcony and turned into Eva.
ベルーンカステルの様子はどう？
How's Bernkastel doing?
一なる真実の書の封印を解くのにまだだいぶかかるのかしら。
Will it be a while longer before she breaks the seal on the Book of the Single Truth?
それを伝えに来たのよ。
That's what I came to talk about.
封印が解けたそうよ。
She says the seal has been broken. Oh wow. It's
おめ
happening.
でとうございます。いよいよですね。
Congratulations. So, time has finally come.
あなたの人生のピリオド。
The period to mark the end of your life.
鍵を持ってベルーンカステル教のところへお行きなさいな。
Take the key and go to Lady Bernkastel.
使い魔の猫が案内してくれるわ。
One of our cat familiars will guide you.
Meow 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 meow.
2 emerald sparkles flew in. They were the green, glinting eyes of a black cat. The cat flicked its tail elegantly, with the dignity of a high-class attendant.
わかったわ。
Got it.
じゃあちょっと行ってくるわ。
Then, I'll be back in a bit. Angie rose from her seat. She did it casually, as though she really was just heading out for a short trip. However, her lips would probably never touch her half-finished cup of tea again.
短い間でしたが楽しかったです。
We weren't together long, but I enjoyed it.
同族嫌悪って感情を知ることができる貴重な時間でした。
Getting to learn what disgust for your own kind is like. Getting to learn what disgust for your own kind is like was an enlightening experience. I can read, don't worry, enlightening.
私こそ
Same here.
次に会えたらどうやったらこんなにまずく紅茶が入れられるのかぜひ秘密を教えてほしいわ。
Next time we meet, you'll have to teach me the trick to making tea this terrible.
嬉しい？
Are you happy?
私が12年間ずっと隠して意地悪してきた秘密がいよいよ知れて。
Now you'll finally get to learn that secret I've been hiding from you these past 12 years.
嬉しいわ。
I'm happy.
あ、今ならエリカの気持ちがわかるわ。
Yeah. Now I can understand how Erika feels.
あんたが死ぬまで守った秘密を暴けて、あんたに一矢報いてやったって気持ちになるもの。
It's like I'm taking a shot back at you, exposing the secret that you kept until your death.
それは気持ちのいいこと？
And is it a good feeling?
多少はマシって程度だわ。
Well, it's better than nothing. Angie nodded towards the black cat to let it know that she was ready. Meow. Cat nodded back in a refined manner, indicated that it wanted Angie to follow, and leapt from the balcony. Without turning back, Angie followed it, jumping out into the air as though swimming. Eva watched her go. An expression of ridicule and scorn failed to cross her face.
いってらっしゃい。
Good luck. Good luck, Angie.
それもあんたの選んだ道よ。
This is the path you've chosen.
あんたはもう6歳じゃない。
You aren't 6 years old anymore.
18歳なのよ。
You're 18.
自分の人生は自分で選択しなさい。
Choose how to live your own life.
過保護なおばさまだことで。
What an overprotective aunt you are.
私は式典の様子を見に行くけれど。
I'm going to watch the ceremony.
あなたは？
What about you?
もうじき出陣の時間ですので、船に向かいます。
It's almost time to begin the attack, so I'm heading for the ships.
手土産にはベアトの屍を。
I've got to go pick up Beato's corpse.
腹渡るパーティーに。
Everyone at the party can have her guts.
私は皮をもらえることになってますので、剥製を作りましょう。
But I get to keep her skin, so let's stuff and mount it. Alright.
これで謎のベールに包まれた六軒島物語もおしまいね。
So, even Rokujima's tale, which was wrapped in a veil of mysteries, is about to meet its end.
すると、その駒であるあんたもおしまいになりますね。
Which means it's also the end for you. I mean, you are a piece from there, right?
私はただの駒よ。
A piece is all I am.
駒の役目はゲームが終わるまで自分の役目に忠実であることだわ。
The role of a piece is to remain faithful to its role until the game ends.
ゲームが終わった後のことを考えるのは駒の役目じゃない。
It's not a piece's place to worry about what happens after the game is over.
そうですね。
True.
それは私も同じです。
And it's the same for me.
お互い、今のこのひとときを楽しみましょう。
Let's both enjoy this time while we have it.
では、私もこれで失礼します。
Well then, allow me to take my leave.
じゃあね。お仕事頑張ってね。
Later. Good luck with your work. After exchanging elegant bows, the two witches vanished at the same time. Nothing remained except some half-finished teacups and the aroma of the tea itself. One after another, luxury cars stopped in front of a high-class hotel in the city, and guests began to step out of them. Hey, Professor Otsuki.
Oh,
Oh, what a surprise!
前回のコンベンション以来ですな。
Now I haven't seen you since the last convention. All of the guests gathered here were very rich and cultured. A single hobby tied all of them together. They were witch hunters. Like-minded people who enjoyed exploring various interpretations of the Rokenshima mystery.
しかし本当でしょうか。
Still, I wonder if it's really true.
後ろ宮エヴァの日記帳が実在したなんて。
To think that this diary of Ishinomiya Eva's actually exists.
私も噂には聞いておりました。
True, true. I have heard the rumors myself.
後ろ宮エヴァが死の直前に隠したとささやかれる秘密の日記。
This is that legendary secret diary which Ishinomiya Eva hid away just before her death.
彼女は六軒島の真実をそれに密かに記していたと噂されます。
It is said that she recorded the details of Rokenjima's truth in there.
まるで王様の耳はロバの耳ですな。
Just like that fable of the king with the donkey's ears.
人は自分しか知り得ない秘密を穴を掘ってでも口にせずにはいられない悲しい生き物なのです。
Humans are tragic creatures incapable of keeping truly silent regarding secrets only they could know. Wahahaha.
何でも聞いた話ではドバイのコレクターが1000万ドルで買収を持ちかけてるとか。
From what I've heard, a collector from Dubai offered to buy for $10 million.
それはすごい。
Incredible!
それだけロッキン島ミステリーが魅力的なことの証左ですな。
More evidence of the fascination that the Rokkenjima mystery is capable of storing. Conversations like this were breaking out passionately all over the place. Furthermore, it wasn't just guests who were allowed to enter. The press was also there in force. The Rokkenjima mystery was such a large movement that it became a social phenomenon at one point. Though it had died down slightly in recent years, it was still a topic fiercely debated across the internet. It was hardly any surprise that the discovery and imminent release of Ishinomiya Iva's diary, which contained the truth of that mystery, had caused an uproar. And on top of all that, the mysterious forger Itoi Kukuro was to appear publicly for the first time. In fact, it seemed that Itoi Kukuro and Hachijo Toya, the up-and-coming mystery novelist, were the same person. Of course, this meant that Hachijo Toya would also be appearing in public for the first time. Though she was thought to be a male author, the fact that she was actually a mysterious woman author alone was enough to cause a stir. Oh, it's getting hyped. Before the diary unveiling party, a press conference was held in one of the rooms of the hotel. Indeed. I am Hachijo Toya. Madam Hachijo, we know that in your previous book signings you were so determined not to show yourself that you even used a body double. So what has caused you to change your mind and appear before us this time? The legend of the Rokkenjima witch has given birth to endless tales. Considering the weight of such a legend's demise, and being the mere writer that I am, I felt obligated to show myself as a sign of respect. As a forger, you announced on the web that you had reached the truth. Does that mean you've already read the contents of that diary? I know it's just a visual novel thing, but just seeing just an empty gym is just very like empty seats. Just it's just funny. And very soon those contents will be revealed to everyone. Pardon me for asking. But is there any guarantee that the contents of this diary are the truth? One might view it as nothing more than a personal account from a single deceased person. Not at all. I guarantee it. The truth is recorded in his diary. Oh. A stir passed through the crowd and the room was suddenly filled with camera flashes. This ends Madam Hachijo's interview. Allow us to express our deep gratitude towards all members of the press for coming on this day. And now, we would like to move on and allow you to take photos of Madame Ishinomiya Iva's diary. A hotel worker pushed forward a cart covered by a veil. Then, after looking to Hachijo for approval, he removed the veil. There lay Ishinomiya Iva's diary. The Book of the Single Truth sat there, waiting for its seal to be released. Hachijo held it to her chest and laughed enigmatically. Camera flashes came from everywhere, making the Book of the Single Truth glint.
以上で会見を終了させていただきます。
And that is all for now.
それでは皆様、会場の方へ移動をお願いいたします。
If you would all please move to the assembly hall. Still holding the diary, Hachijo left the press conference room, escorted by men from the hotel. Until she went through a door that said authorized personnel only, the journalists continued to surround her and ask questions, hoping to gather just one more comment. When the door slammed shut, the world twisted. The hotel employees became black cats wearing capes. Hachijo had turned into Featherine.
すごい熱気じゃない。
Things are getting pretty crazy out there.
楽しめた？
Did you enjoy it?
疲れる。
How tiring.
だが悪くない。
Still, that went well.
それにしても、この日記は重いな。
And yet, this diary truly is heavy. Featherine tossed the diary and Bernquistelle caught it.
私は少し控え室で休ませてもらおう。
I will rest in one of the waiting rooms.
出番なんてすぐよ。
You're going to be up again pretty soon.
休んでる暇なんてないでし
There's no time to rest.
では休むと言わず、久しぶりの興奮をかみしめる時間が欲しいと言い直そう。
In that case, call it a short break so that I can properly enjoy this long-awaited excitement.
この本、借りるわよ。
I need to borrow that book.
エンジに一番に見せる約束をしているわ。
I promised Angie that I'd show her first.
そうか。
I see.
ならば好きにするがよい。
In that case, do as you please. Featherine left, followed by her cat attendants. After watching her until she was out of sight, Bernquistelle disappeared as well. Like Erika's room, Bernquistelle's was a balcony without a handrail, dug out of a bookshelf cliff. Angie had been kept waiting for some time, but she had waited patiently, looking down at the world below her.
遅くなったわね。
I'm late, aren't I?
ごめんなさい。
Sorry about that. After Bernquistelle appeared, Black Cats gave a bow and vanished.
ほら、
Here you go.
持ってきたわよ。
I brought it with me.
一なる真実の書。
The Book of the Single Truth.
触れてもいい？
Can I touch it?
お好きになさい。
Do as you like. Bernquistelle set it on the table and beckoned Angie forward. Slowly, Angie approached it.
これがエヴァおばさんの日記。
So, this is Aunt Eva's diary.
そうよ。
That's right.
その中に、あんたが知りたかった一なる真実が記されているわ。
Inside it, you'll find the single truth that you wanted.
鍵は持ってるわよね。
You do have the key, right?
ええ。
Do I think Angie will open the book after all this? I don't know why in my head I feel like the game is gonna make me make some kind of choice. I don't know. There's like a weird part of me that thinks like this, especially with how the rest, like some other events of this chapter have shaken out. There's a part of me that's like, damn, I could see this game trying to really put it to the reader and be like, you gotta fucking pick now. And like especially in a case like if I was thinking about it, right? Like this game really wanted you to weigh the differing opinions on like why you should or shouldn't open the book at this point. It feels like a very thing that this game is going to do. But let's say it doesn't do that, and it truly is just a static choice, and it's just up to Angie's character here. I think if that's the case, I think Angie does. Well, okay. I think in a vacuum, I think Angie would definitely open the book, read it, and then just move on at that point. But knowing that there's always the possibility that Battler is going to pull out in the end, and he's going to convince his little sister the reason why she shouldn't open it, there's also a strong part of me that's like, damn, he's going to pull it off, and he's going to convince that it's not worth opening that book. So, like, it's a very non-answer, a very flip-flop answer, of course, coming out of me here. Like, I could see if I could totally see Andrews being like, I've made up my mind. I can also see, just because of how this game has presented itself, I could see Battler totally getting to Angie. He says something that just changed their mind. But also, beyond those, before those two options, there's a part of me that thinks that this game is going to make me, the reader, make the decision somehow. And I wouldn't have said that if we didn't have all the sections earlier in this episode where it was all about, like, the riddles and everything, and the selecting of the piece of chocolate cake and all. It was only then when I was like, oh shit, this is possible. Angie Beatrice says yes. Right here. Angie took the key out, looked at it there on her palm, then gripped it tightly. Even the heavy lock that held the diary so securely was fated to be swept aside easily as soon as Angie readied herself. I won't rush you. You don't have to open it until you're ready. This includes the truth of what happened at midnight on October 5th, 1986, right? Yes. It has everything that you wanted to know so much, you offered up your life. In that instant, two Angies appeared inside of her, taking control of her body at the same time. On the one hand, she knew that she had already paid a great price to learn the truth. This part of her gripped the key, wanting to avoid a second of hesitation that might lead her to refuse to learn the truth now. At the final moment, with the book of the single truth right before her. On the other hand, a feeling as though she was betraying the brother and family who watched over her warmly made her bite her lower lip. However, though she shook, she could do nothing but watch as her right hand slowly brought the key towards the book. Don't do it, Angie! Oh, if I haven't made it 100% clear, at this point, I'm very Angie, don't open it. And maybe that's corny. I don't know what the popular pick is. Honestly, though, and it's not just me like, oh, it's because that's what Battler wishes and hopes and dreams for, and Battler's like the, quote, main character, maybe, possibly. But, like, in my head, this, after what's been laid out, I'm like, it's totally not worth. So if you were wondering where I stand on this, if I do get the choice, you know what I'll be picking. My ass is not picking opening the book. Which almost very antithetical to like my whole being, because I'm very much like very curious, know everything even if it hurts you type person. I'd rather be told the truth in every situation even if it just like absolutely wrecks me. I'm very much not an ignorance is bliss type person in general, or in video games, or in life, or anything. So, I don't know. I don't know what it says about me. I want this for Angie, though. I want for Angie to not open the book. What am I hesitating for? Inside this diary is the final destination of my sad, painful, 12-year-long journey. Wasn't 12 years enough? Do I want to keep living that way? That brother is an illusion created by my heart. My naive hope that a miracle might still occur. If I put my two options on a scale, then the path I should choose is clear. Slowly, I pushed the key into the lock and twisted. Oh, maybe I don't get a choice. The lock opened with a click, and at the same time it felt as though a crack ran through the key in my hands. Maybe a part of that intricate design had fallen off. I couldn't tell where it was just broken. I couldn't tell where it was broken just by glancing at it. However, for some reason, its golden glint seemed dulled somehow. It's because you made your choice with that key. A bit of magic has disappeared. What kind of magic? Didn't Battler tell you? He said you couldn't hand that over to anyone else.
そのあなたに選択を委ねるという魔法が今その役目を終えて消えたのよ。
That magic, which left the decision to you, has just fulfilled its role and disappeared.
もうその鍵はただの鍵。
That key is just a key now.
この日記を開け閉めするだけがただの鍵。
Can't do anything but lock and unlock that diary.
そう。
I see.
じゃあこのお兄ちゃんの鍵ももう用済みね。
Then, guess I have no more use for Oni-chan's key.
もらってもいい？
Can I have it?
あんたが読んだ後にもう一度施錠するわ。
Once you read the diary, I'll lock it up again.
その錠前を開けるのはパーティーの立派なセレモニーだそうだから。
Opening that lock will be a big part of tonight's ceremony, it seems. I see.
好きにすればいいの。
Do whatever you want. I don't give a damn what happens after I find the truth. Erika still slid the key from where it lay on the table and put it into her pocket.
ではどうぞ。
Go ahead then.
真実を知ろうとするあなたの勇気が消えてしまう前にね。
Before the courage that led you here fades. I lifted up Aunt Eva's now unlocked diary. The lock was unset. She's doing this very slowly. There's clearly seems there might be some doubt. The doubt is creeping. Even the hinge had been released by now. Nothing stands in the way of me opening to the pages within. I thought of taking a deep breath. However, I decided against it. I prepared myself for this long ago. It'd be so stupid to fuel my reluctance further. I opened it. Violently, ruthlessly. I knew that this was the right way to open to the pages that held the truth. The two Angies thing, it really did. The two wolves inside. The two wolves inside you. One wants to open, one doesn't. Damn. But also, it doesn't, I mean, even though I was saying, like, man, I could see it present the option to the reader, it doesn't 100% surprise me that it just has a story to tell, and she does it, you know? I knew that this was the right way to open up the pages that held the truth. As soon as the cover was opened, a brilliant light poured out, and my mind went hazy. The truth was sent to my mind directly, without letters or words. Tell me, what happened that day on Rokenjima? It's flooding to me. My consciousness returned gradually. Nothing was written in the open book before me. Of course, this was my own blank and empty notebook. I was at school, just sitting idly with my notebook open. The world had stopped. The hands on the clock had stopped too. In that case, the auditorium should have been filled with silence. However, I could hear a small commotion. In this world of suspended time, I could see dark shapes sneaking about in the shadows of the unmoving students. Ugh! They were students with goat heads. They were sneaking glances at me from behind the frozen students, whispering something to each other. I know. I can hear them. Everybody knows. One after another, students with goat heads grew out of shadows all over the room. They slipped around, all the students stopped in time and gathered around me. Then, they all jeered out something in unison, and, as if they knew I could hear, showered me with giggles and gossip and sneers. However, nothing that came from the goats' mouths reached my ears as words. This was a world without letters or words, so no words reached me. However, their emotions and meanings did reach me, so I knew what it was they were saying. And then, when I was able to visualize it, one after another, the goats opened their massive jaws, showing their fangs that dripped saliva, and came forward to bite me. Time was stopped for me. I was aware, but I could not move. That wasn't literally true. However, I was pretending that I couldn't hear, so I couldn't move. The goats bit me all over my body, leaving their fang marks, licking me. Ugh. Maybe they didn't like the taste of my clothes. Taking advantage of the fact that I couldn't move, they chewed through my clothes one by one. Over and over again, goats stuck their tongues, their jaws, their fangs into my naked body. I was covered with drool and bitten all over. Bright red teeth marks were left behind as sharp fangs pierced my skin, leaving trails of blood. They licked up that blood like real goats, hurting and humiliating me. As I hung my head, one of the goats pulled on my hair, forcing me to look up, and spoke. They didn't say it with concepts, but with words I could hear. However, they weren't words of the human world. They were a witch's words. The red truth, which signifies truth that is certain. This is the truth of the Rokenjima incident. I won't accept it. Doesn't matter if you accept it or not. This is the truth. After all, I won't accept it. I won't accept a truth like that. Like that. No, see, the thing is, if I did have the webcam on, if I did a cam on, I wouldn't have done that. I know better. The fact that I didn't have the camera on allows me to feel comfortable enough to do to just it's absurd. I don't know how that probably sounded across. Obviously, I can hear myself say it. I don't know how that comes across over the mic. What I was doing. Whether you accept it or not, that doesn't change the truth. After all, this is the single truth proven in road. Giggle, giggle, heh 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 heh, ha 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 ha. Who cares about the truth? So stupid, so pointless. I'm the one who gets to decide if that's the truth or not, right? Even if it's red truth, I won't acknowledge it, won't forgive it, definitely won't accept it. The red truth is absolute? Who for? It's absolute for you guys, right? Not for me. I won't let you contaminate my truth with yours. Angie, calm down. You're the one who wanted to know, right? My truth is that Aunt Eva's the culprit. And Eva killed everyone. Everything's her fault. Dad and Mom and Oni-chan and all the others are just victims. It's no one's fault. No one's fault. Of course it isn't. Of course it isn't. Your aunt will always be by your side, Auntie-chan. Yeah, I get it now. I know what you mean. Or meant. That's right, Aunt Eva. You're the culprit. You're the culprit. It's the world that's messed up and broken for not realizing that. I'm the right one. I'll deny the red truth, deny the whole world. I see. In that case, try writing a red truth only you can write.
て赤き真実を記すの？
But how is it possible for a human to write with red truth?
あるわよ。
It is possible.
人間にしか記せない真っ赤なインクがあるじゃない。
There's red ink that only humans can write with.
エンジェさん、落ち着いてください。
Angie-san, please calm down.
正しいのは私。間違ってるのが世界。
I'm the right one. The world's wrong.
私が記してあげる。
I'll write it.
本当の赤き真実で私が真実を記してあげる。
I'll record the truth with the real red truth. She's losing it.
20屋上支援大至急。
20. Requesting urgent support on the roof.
エンジェさん、
Angie-san,
待ちなさい。
hold on.
早まるな。危ない。
Please think this over. Look. Oh!
Goodbye, Angie. Have a nice day.
Goodbye, Angie. Have a nice day.
記してあげる。これが私の記す真っ赤な真実。
I'll write it out. This is my blood red truth.
お前たちの世界の真実など私は受け入れるものか。
I'll never accept the truth of your world. Whoa. Whoa. Angie's body went past the edge of the balcony. Damn. The air, which she had once been able to swim through, was now completely merciless for some reason. Angie's body plunged straight into the darkness below. Bernka just watched the scene play out in silence. Behind her, men in black suits rushed up to the fence, clutching it and screaming.
20
20!
エンジェさんが
Angie-san jumped off.
ダメだ。ここからは姿が見えない。
Damn, I can't see her from here.
大至急地上を調べろ。
Quickly, investigate the ground area.
無理だ。どうしようもなかった。
It's no use, there's no way.
ひょっとするとあそこの防護ネットに引っかかったかもしれん。
Maybe she was caught by that safety net.
調べてみよう。
Let's make sure. What fools. If you jump straight down from this height, do you really think such a flimsy safety net could possibly save you?
そんな奇跡絶対に起こらないことをこの奇跡のベルンカステルが保証してあげるわ。
As the Witch of Miracles, I, Bern Castell, guarantee that such a miracle certainly won't occur. Angie's body fell from the skyscraper-like bookshelf and slammed against the floor of the city books. Looking down from Berncastell's balcony, which was as high as the skyscraper's roof, did it look like a lovely red pressed flower? No, couldn't see it at all. Just like how the death of a single lonely girl who rejected the world didn't matter to anyone in the world. She probably died instantly. It was only natural. She had fallen straight down from this height, after all. Is it even conceivable that she wouldn't die instantly after something like that? The index finger on the right hand of her corpse stuck out, as though it was tracing something. Could it be that, by some impossible miracle, she really had escaped an instant death? And could the red blood that had drained from her at that moment of her death have been the ink that drew her own personal red truth? However, no one would ever be able to tell what she had written. After all, the red blood pouring from her corpse had run over it all.
それさえもあんたの選択よ。
Even this was one of your choices, Angie. Eva was looking down at the beautiful flower of blood radiating from Angie's corpse.
私はあんたを生かそうとした。
I tried to keep you alive.
でもあんたは6歳より先の未来を生きようとしなかった。
However, you never tried to live in the future that began after the age of 6.
だからあんたは
12年をかけてやっと元の場所に戻ってきた。
And so, after 12 years, you finally returned to where you started. The eyes on Angie's corpse were closed. However, there was no way of knowing if this was a peaceful thing. Eventually, the corpse began to melt away. At the end, it had become a messy lump of flesh, with only a few parts recognizable as human. It was hardly surprising. How else would she look after falling from that height and slam against the asphalt?
あんたは死ねたわ。
You managed to die.
でもね、
However,
それで天国のみんなに迎えてもらえるかは別だわ。
this doesn't mean that everyone will be waiting for you in heaven.
だってあんたはその天国のみんなを拒絶してここへ来たんじゃない。
After all, you reached this place by rejecting all those in heaven.
See you hell.
See you in hell.
いいえ、多分それはここだったわね。
No, that's probably where we are right now.
さようなら、エンジェ。
So long, Angie. Ah, Eva.
ちょうどいいところへ。
Perfect timing.
お呼びでしょうか、我が主。
Did you call for me, my master?
そのひき肉のゴミを捨てておいてちょうだい。
Clean up the scrap meat for me, if you wouldn't mind.
私はこれを戻してくるわ。
I'm going to take this back. In Bernkastel's hands were the key, which had lost its magic when Angie made her decision, and the book of the single truth, which had been locked up again.
かしこまりました、我が主。
As you wish, my master. After looking down one more time, Bernkastel vanished. When she had gone, Eva summoned some cat familiars and ordered them to clean up. The black cats gathered Angie's flesh and scattered limbs and threw them into a tin bucket. Even in this miserable form, Angie's soul was still living. Perhaps living is a poor description. She was unable to die. From now on, forever. She would drift along in the deepest depths of oblivion, covered by the dust of oblivion, until she finally disappeared. She continued to question herself. What did the truth mean to her? What was right, and where was the place she could call home? As her flesh began to cool, even the energy to ask these questions began to fade. Eventually, she would forget her everyday memories, and even the reason why she was suffering. However, there was one thing she would never forget. That was the anguish. It feels a bit that you were right on the opening. It was the wrong option, I know. Hate to say I told her so, but Angie Burger had to say it one last time. Damn, the disrespect to Angie's final exit. That was the anguish. From this point forth, she would suffer endlessly without even knowing why. By the time the cats finished flinging her corpse into the bucket and dumping it into the sea of nothingness, Angie had forgotten even her own name. Damn, Angie. Actually upsetting. What's the sound I keep hearing? Yes, it must be the sound of rain. In that case, what are those two bright lights coming towards me? I don't know. However, they came at me with a screeching sound and stopped right in front of me. Yeah. No, the first 2 hours of Starfield, so technically. That's funny, though. A blaring noise came at me over and over. Whatever's shining those bright lights is threatening me. It's probably telling me to get out of the way. However, I was incapable of moving even a finger. There was sound, and a car door opened. Car. Door? Apparently I was lying on asphalt under the pouring rain. Ah. Ah. Well. Well. All right. I do need to do a quick BRB. We're definitely going to go for longer. I just need to... I've been... As you said, I've been sitting here for basically 4 hours straight, so I need to get up and stretch for just a second. So, super quick BRB. I'll be back in a few minutes. Get yourself, I don't know, get yourself some water. Get yourself some popcorn. Live like Lambda, and I'll be back shortly. Although, actually, don't get popcorn. I'm a popcorn hater. I've said that before. I know I have. Popcorn is a lame snack. And I'll say I'll exit right there. I'll be back shortly. Ugh, sorry. Sorry that took some time. This is why I shouldn't... You know, I do the normal things. I get up, I stretch, I refill my water, or whatever I happen to be drinking at the time. Go to the restroom during the BRB. The thing I shouldn't do is go and check out all my notifications on my phone, because then I get sidetracked and start responding to... I need to see everything as soon as I can. So sorry about that. Alright, rain. Rain. Oh, now I'm concerned. I started drinking. Why does my cup smell weird? Oh no. I don't know. Maybe I'm just imagining things. The cup doesn't actually smell that weird. I think it's in my head. You know what I mean? Maybe it's my drink that smells bad. Sometimes I feel like I just live a cartoon life, don't I? Alright. I saw a shadow, which was apparently the driver, open an umbrella and come towards me. Is this your backyard? The shadow questioned me. Of course, I couldn't answer it. If it is, then I must apologize. Yes, on a day with such fine weather, anyone would want to take a nap in such a lovely backyard as this. Gotta raise my mic here. There we go. And yet, unless my memory fails me, the shadow crouched down and looked into my face. It was a woman. This is a public highway you're sleeping on? Do you want to become roadkill? Or maybe you already are roadkill. Well now, which one is it? I clenched my chest. I felt I needed to answer somehow and communicate my intentions. So, finally, I managed to let out a short groan escape my lips. I see. So you aren't roadkill yet. And that was how I met Ikuko. Ikoko. Ikoko.
非常に衰弱しております。
Patient's body is in a very frail condition.
あと、記憶障害の可能性が高いですな。
Some sort of memory loss is very probable as well.
CT を見ないことには分かりませんが、脳にダメージがある可能性もあります。
We won't know for sure until the CT scan, but there may even be brain damage.
ダメージ程度で済んで大いに結構でした。
It's lucky that damage is all we have to deal with.
あそこであのまま寝ていれば、それどころでは済まなかったでしょうから。
Any longer in a spot like that, and it would likely have been much worse.
ですな。
True.
いずれにせよ、大きな病院で一度見せた方がいいでしょう。
In any event, I recommend getting this checked at a large hospital.
ありがとう先生。
Thank you, doctor.
この件は内密に。
Please keep this off the record.
これはわずかですが、往診のお車代に。
It may not be much, but here's some money for your troubles.
わざわざ他言はしませんが。
I see no reason to speak of this needlessly, but...
いやいや、こんなにたくさんいただくわけには。
No, I couldn't possibly accept that much. In the end, the doctor took the money and swore to keep quiet about the matter. Eventually, Hachicho returned.
おや、起きていたのですか。
Oh, you were awake.
具合はいかがです？
How do you feel? I nodded weakly, letting her know that it wasn't so bad for now. But where is this place? A room I have absolutely no memory of, in a house I don't remember at all. And first and foremost, here's a woman I've never seen.
まずは私の自己紹介から。
To start off, let me introduce myself.
私は八条育子。
I'm Hachijo Ikuko.
親しげに育子と呼んでくれても、他人行儀に八条さんと呼んでくれても構いません。
Feel free to casually call me Ikiko, or act more formal and call me Hachijo-san. Hachijo Ikuko? Ikiko.
八条家はこの辺りではちょっと知られた大地主の名家。
The Hachijo family owns a large amount of land and is fairly famous in these parts.
出来のいい兄たちと違い、私はどこかずれた変わり者。
Unlike my accomplished brothers, I'm what you might call a little eccentric.
いろいろと悪さが過ぎまして、とうとう親たちからも愛想をつかされて追い出され。
I got into a bit too much mischief, and my parents finally ran out of patience and kicked me out.
今はここで蟄居をさせられています。
I'm not confined to this house.
趣味は推理小説を読むことと、そして書くこと。
As a hobby, I like to read detective novels, and also to write them.
年は秘密の独身女。
My age is a single woman's secret.
心は女子でも、そろそろそれを語るにはおこがましいかなという年頃です。
My heart is that of a girl, but I'm approaching the point where calling myself one becomes increasingly absurd. With the haze that my mind was in, it was extremely hard to make out what she was talking about. However, I was able to pick up on the fact that she was trying to cheer me up.
それで、そなたの名前は?
So, what's your name? My name? Logically, I know that being a human, I must have a name. And I do have the feeling that I did indeed have a name. However, no matter how hard I tried to remember what it was, it just made my head hurt.
何か名前以外に覚えていることは?
Can you remember anything besides your name? Who am I? My head. No, even my heart was a mess of torn flesh. And I couldn't remember a thing, not even who or what I was. But I must remember. I had some kind of purpose, or maybe a mission. In order to remember that, I first have to remember who I am. Who am I? What is my name? Where was I born, and what was my birthday? I need to remember something, anything. Age.
年?
Age?
私の年は秘密です。
That's my little secret. 18.
私が18歳に見える?
I look like I'm 18? I'm 18.
ああ、そなたの年齢ですか。
Oh, so that was your age.
やれやれ、政治が過ぎると思いました。
Well, now I thought you were being a bit too flattering. When I asked myself how old I was, the number 18 floated into my mind. To be honest, the number 18 felt a bit out of place. My mind felt much younger than that. My pathetic body felt much older.
なるほど。
I see.
そなたは18歳というわけだ。
So, you're 18.
そしてそれ以上のことは何も覚えていないと。
And that's all you can remember. I nodded weakly. I never knew that knowing nothing about yourself can make you feel as powerless.
では、そなたが自分の名を思い出すまで、18という年にちなみ。
In that case, until you remember your name?
18と書いて、トウヤと読む名前を与えましょう。
Let's give you the name Toya, written with the characters for 18, till you remember.
八条トウヤ。
Hachijo Toya.
いかがです?
What do you think?
なかなかかっこいいです。
That sounds pretty cool.
自画自賛。
Yes, I must say I've impressed myself very much with that one. Hachijo Ikuko gave a satisfied laugh. Ikuko. From then on, I took the name Hachijo Toya. My inability to move my body was apparently due to a traffic accident. On that day, I had been hit by a car, and Ikuko had picked me up from where I lay on the street. If she hadn't hit the brakes, she probably would have driven straight onwards, thinking she'd run over a dead dog or something. Later on, perhaps rudely, I suspected that the one who hit me might have been Ikiko herself. But when I saw her completely undamaged front bumper, I gave up on that theory. Hachicho Ikiko lived in a small but lovely mansion on the top of a small hill, in a village with a view above the sea. She also owned the hill behind her and was more than capable of enjoying the 4 seasons in privacy. As time passed slowly, my rehabilitation continued, and my ability to move improved little by little. However, it seemed I really did suffer some form of brain damage. Finding out who I was looked like it would be a very difficult task. What a random aside from the story? There's gotta be a reason. There's gotta be a point. In the beginning, when I couldn't bear not knowing my identity, my head often hurt so much it felt as though it would explode. However, as I slowly accepted the fact that I was a new person, with the new name of Hachicho Toya, the headaches became less frequent. Yeah, always trust in Rikishi. That whole time, no memories returned to me except the fact that I had been 18. However, I was unable to remember any more, unable even to be sure that 18 was my true age. And eventually, I stopped trying to remember my former self.
Ohayo, Toya.
Good morning, Toya. That was quite the storm last night. Were you able to sleep well? I had some trouble falling asleep, so I decided to read your manuscript. My. How far did you manage to get? I finished it. Now there's a surprise. You managed to read that all in a single night? I was surprised too. Once I got into it, I'd finished before I knew it. It was like I was just skimming it, or maybe like I was taking in each page with just a glance. Sounds like you have some talent at speed reading. So, how was it? What did you think of it? I liked it a lot. Still, if you don't explain that part about the ocean currents a bit more clearly, it might be a little unfair for a detective novel. Oh, but I thought it was great that you had the foreshadowing with the ring right there at the beginning. After I finished, I had to go back to the beginning and slap myself for being so easily tricked. I think giving people that feeling is what detective novels do best. Did I say something to offend you? If I did, you have my apologies. Of course not. Why are you apologizing? I'm just shocked, that's all. Your detailed opinions are worthy of praise, I believe. It seems that you have some talent as a critic or a detective novel writer too. A detective novel writer? A critic? From across the fog of oblivion, I seem to remember myself fighting and arguing about mysteries or something like that. That way of fighting, which I must have learned in the past, sent a surge of excitement through me. Mystery. Fighting. My head hurt. I took a painkiller and swallowed it with fresh water brought up from the well. Who am I, really? But no matter how much I thought, I couldn't remember. From what I've been told, the frequency of the headaches might be lessened by brain surgery, but there was no guarantee that would do my memory any good. Ikiko said that she would let me have surgery if I wanted it. However, I refused. Even if I can't remember it, the real me is still there, sleeping inside my head. I was scared that the surgery might harm that me somehow. By now, I've gotten used to dealing with headaches. As long as I don't force myself to remember the past, the headaches don't torment me every day. So, bit by bit, I became free of the headaches, got used to my new life as Hachicho Toya. Gradually, my interest shifted from myself to Ikiko. Hachicho Ikuko. God, I swear, for some reason the name is just like, it's just like a mouthful for me every time I say it. A very strange woman. First off, she was apparently the daughter of a very well-off family, just as she had said. However, she was considerably eccentric. and the various mischievous incidents she spoke of had apparently gotten her within an inch of being disowned. As a result, she had been given this house and had been ordered to live here quietly and alone. She had never been a particularly social person, so she happily accepted this new state of affairs, living however she pleased with servants to take care of her. She had no friends. No one ever came to visit. When I wasn't around, she only ever talked to an old black cat she kept as a pet named Byrne. I don't know her real age. She doesn't seem to be too old to marry yet. But with an isolated life like this, she isn't likely to meet people. She sometimes says that she just hasn't met anyone worth the trouble, but I think she's already given up on marriage. Her everyday life was very simple. She would either read through the many detective novels that it's like me. She's just like me, for real, for real. She would either read through the many detective novels that were brought to her, or else write detective novels herself. At first, I thought she was some novelist at a private retreat, plugging away at a new book. However, the manuscripts she finished just ended up clipped together in a pile. With me as the sole exception, it didn't look like she would ever let anyone read them. A novelist is someone who writes novels for people to read, so I figured you could hardly call her a novelist when she kept writing novels no one would ever see. Ikiko-san, why don't you ever show these to anyone?
そなたには見せています。
I show them to you.
無論、出来のマシなものに限りますが。
Only the better ones, of course. Haven't you ever thought of sending one to some publishing company? It's a waste otherwise, when your works are so interesting.
私の作品など、プロには通じぬ。
My works can't stand up against the pros.
一度送ったことがあるが、さっぱりダメでした。
I sent one in once, but it was absolutely no good.
私には分かっています。
I understand my position.
こんなもの、素人の道楽です。
This is just an amateur's pastime. I don't think amateur is a fitting word for someone who's so well versed in detective novels from all times and all across the world.
大飯ぐらいが良き料理人になれるわけでもない。
Being a big eater doesn't mean you'll make a good cook.
推理小説を読み散らすことが良き推理小説家であることを保証するわけでもない。
Reading every detective novel you can get your hands on is no guarantee that you're a good detective novelist.
そういうことです。
That's how it is.
だからこんなものは道楽に過ぎません。
That's why this is nothing more than a pastime. Is it really fun to write novels that you won't show to anyone?
かつては楽しかった。
It used to be.
かつては。
Once. What about now?
そなたに感想を得ることが楽しい。
I like getting to hear your opinions.
とりあえず、一章を書き終えました。
At any rate, I've finished writing the chapter.
お茶を用意させるので、また読んで感想を聞かせてもらえませんか？
I'll go make some tea, so would you mind reading it again and sharing your thoughts with me? Saying this with a smile, Ikuko thrust a pile of manuscript paper at me. I'm convinced that whether you read detective novels or read detective novels or write them, they're boring if you're all on your own. You can only find something really precious when you share that world with someone else. Headache.
Toya?
Toya?
しっかり。
Are you okay?
今頭痛薬を。
I'll go get some headache medicine. I'm fine. I'm more interested in this manuscript. I can't wait for the new chapter. The seasons passed. Together with Ikuko, in this town whose name I didn't even know, we spent our days debating detective novels and talking about ideas for new plots. At a glance, they may have appeared to be stale and unproductive days. However, Hachijo Toya found satisfaction with this new life. And so, the curtain closes on the strange tale of Kurokubi Island. The end. With a dramatic flourish of her pen, Ikiko signed that with her manuscript. Signed, signified, even, that her manuscript was now complete. What do you think?
そなたのプロットを生かしつつ、最後に辻子の悲恋をもう少し厚くしてみました。
I tried using your plot to make Tsuchiko's tragic love scene at the end a bit more moving. I think it's very good. I'd say Last Farewell is sad enough to make it moving as a story, not just a reasoning puzzle.
東野のプロットがあればこそです。
That's all thanks to your plot.
この作品の前には私がこれまで書き溜めた原稿などちり紙の価値さえない。
Compared to this work, everything I've written before now is worth little more than scrap
書
paper.
きながらも私が世界で一番最初の読者であることの興奮。
Even as I was writing it, I was excited to be the first person in the world who got to read it.
こんな経験は初めてです。
I've never felt that before. I just mentioned some ideas. You're the one who turned them into such a fascinating story, Ikuko-san. At some point, she wrote me in as well, and I too started my journey in the world of writing detective novels. Apparently, the old me had some talent for mysteries and detective novels and the like. And my talent seemed to be of a fairly unorthodox kind. I tried turning famous mysteries from across the world on their head, twisting those ideas into something new. However, few ideas aren't enough to make a book. No meal is complete if all you can do is chop up vegetables. Thanks to Ikiko's writing, a skill she had built up over many years, my ideas were transformed into a work of fiction. In this work, The Strange Tale of Kurokui Island, the two of us merged the best of our respective personalities, and, though I hate to brag, it had turned into a masterpiece that we could show to anyone without shame.
もしもし。
Hello?
書斎にシャンパンを持ってきてください。
Please bring us some champagne.
グラスはあなたの分も。
Bring a glass for yourself as well.
これまでで一番の作品が仕上がりました。
This is the best job we've done so far, so let's celebrate. Ikiko called for some champagne over the internal phone line. Joined by the servant who had happened to be working that day, and the cat Burn, we raised our glasses high and toasted our accomplishment. Ikiko-san? I have an idea if you don't mind.
お祝いしましょう。
Let's hear it.
聞こう。
I love hearing your ideas.
そなたの話すアイデアなら、シャワーとトイレ中でなければ、いつだって耳を貸そう。
As long as I'm not in the shower or on the can. Why don't we try submitting our book? I've never read anything this interesting before. I'm sure lots of other people will want to read it.
そうでしょうか。
You think so?
過去にもそう思い投稿しましたが、結果は。
I tried once in the past thinking the same thing, but the result was... I believe in your talent, Ikiko-san. What about you?
私とて、そなたの才能を確信しています。
Of course, I believe in your talent. Then it's decided. To Ikiko-san's big debut.
東野のメジャーデビューを祈って。
To Toya's big debut. We clinked our glasses once more, and on it went. We must have had way too much to drink. Before I knew it, I must have passed out on the sofa. There was a blanket covering me. Ikiko-san must have put it there. The lights were out in the study, but it wasn't dark. The computer's monitor was glowing. Outside, it had started to rain. It reminded me of the day Ikiko-san found me and took me in. Because of that, whenever it rains, I find myself wondering who I was, and I usually get headaches. So, wasn't sure whether the pain was because of the rain or because I drank too much. Ikiko-san, turn on the lights. Using a computer in the dark is bad for your eyes.
おや、起こしてしまいましたか。
Oh, did I wake you up? No, I slept well. I feel refreshed now. I turned on the light and looked out through a gap in the curtains. As I thought, it was a sort of pouring rain that always reminded me of that day. It's raining pretty hard out there. The wind looks pretty strong too. I hope the rain gutters don't get clogged with leaves again.
先日掃除をさせましたから、当分は大丈夫でしょう。
I just cleaned them the other day, so should be fine for a while. Her answer sounded a bit abstracted. Apparently, her attention was absorbed by the computer. You've been pretty hooked by that computer lately, Ikiko-san. Did you find an interesting article or something?
バカバカしいとは思いつつも、なかなか面白いのです。
It may be a bit juvenile, but it's still pretty interesting.
ほら、例の六軒島事件。
It's about that Rokenjima incident. Rokenjima?
六軒島ミステリーの話は先日したでしょ。
I told you about the Rokenjima mystery a few days ago, remember?
これが今、ネットでブームになっているのです。
It's been really huge on the net lately.
それをめぐる議論や考察、
中でも偽書が実に面白い。
The discussions, theories, and even the forgeries have been quite entertaining.
偽書というのは付近の島に流れ着いた後ろ宮マリアの署名のあるボトルメッセージが他にもあったと仮定して書いたもので。
Forgeries are stories, all based on the premise that yet another message bottle signed by Ishirumi Maria existed and drifted to one of the nearby islands. Ikiko kept showing off her knowledge of the subject. However, a huge bell was clanging inside my head. The noise was so great that I thought my head would split open. Unable to tell what was the floor and what was the ceiling, I crumpled and clutched at my head. Toya, are you okay? My head hurts. The Rokenjima explosion accident, the many disquieting rumors surrounding it, the scheming of the relatives who were after Ishirmiya Kinzo's vast wealth and the hidden gold. And the truth? Ishirmiya Eva, the sole survivor, said nothing. Eventually, everything would be inherited by the granddaughter, Ishirmiya Angie, who escaped harm because she was absent on that day. Angie. Ishirmiya Angie. I am Ishirmiya... No good. My head's getting split open. Incomprehensible scenes pierce my eyelids from the inside like blades of light. Just what am I looking at? Who are these people calling to me, but not by the name Toya? Who am I? Who are these people? What is this memory? Help me, Ikiko. Someone else's memories hurting me. My head splitting. Shit's hitting the fan. I could hear the sorrowful sound of wind. And that must be rain. Who was I again? I am Shromiya...
Angie!
Angie!
お願いよ。返事をして。
Please say something. Voices calling to me. Dad and Mom? It can't be. In 1986, on Rokenjima, Mom and Dad... Angie, hang in there. Can you hear Daddy's voice?
お願いだから返事をして。
Please. Please say something. Angie. Dad? Mom? I'll say it out loud. Dad. Mom. Angie.
よかった。
Angie, thank goodness. I could feel my body being lifted up firmly and hugged roughly. Mom and Dad were hugging me. My eyelids have been open for a while now. I can feel the light slowly returning to my eyes. Just like your eyes get used to the dark, my eyes got used to light, and bit by bit, the scene around me came into view. However, it was an unusual sight, which seemed to be very far away. My body was being hugged by Dad and Mom. Dad was sniffling, his face covered with tears. There were tears in Mom's eyes, too, as she held me tight. It was so strong that it hurt a bit. They held me with all their strength. Me, the bad kid who wasn't obedient, who always had an excuse, and always tried to do the opposite of what her parents said. They held me tight to make sure I didn't head down the wrong path. As my eyes adjusted, I could see other people besides my parents. Everyone was there. George Oni-chan, Jessica Oni-chan, Maria Oni-chan, my uncles and aunts. Even Sakataru. And there was the witch Virgilia, and Renoe, and... Where...
そなたは幸運だった。
You were fortunate.
偶然にも虚無の海の波間を漂うそなたを見つけたのだ。
By chance, we found you drifting in the waves of the Sea of Emptiness.
ひどい姿であったぞ。
You were in a terrible state.
そなた自身がその姿を思い出すまでに随分と時間をかけた。
Took quite some time to make you remember your true form.
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice.
じゃあここは。
So this is
黄金鏡だ。
the Golden Land.
ここでお父さんたちはみんなお前が帰ってくるのを待ってたんだぞ。
Your whole family has been waiting here for you to return.
絶対にあなたは帰ってくると信じてた。
We knew you would come home. Did I come home because I was supposed to? I've gone back to how I'm supposed to be, and now?
いや、お前は帰ってきたんだ。
No, you did come home.
そうよ。
That's right.
あなたが私たちのところへ帰りたいと願ったからここへ帰ってこられたのよ。
You made it back here because you wanted to come home to us.
お父さん、お母さん。
Dad? Mom?
私は。
今は何も言わなくていいわ。
You don't need to say anything.
大変な冒険をしてきたわね。
You've been on a great and terrible journey, haven't you?
あなたは一人ぼっちで大変な冒険をしてきたわ。
A journey where you're all alone.
これで分かっただろ
You understand now, don't you?
もう忘れないだろ
You won't forget again? I understand, Dad.
ここがお前の帰るべきところだってことだ。
This is a place you can always call home. I know. When I gave that answer, Dad and Mom hugged me again. Hot tears fell into my face. They were Dad's and Mom's tears.
無事でとはとても言えない姿だったけれど。
I can tell by looking that you're far from all right.
よかったわ。
But I'm so glad.
帰ってきて。
Glad you came home.
エヴァ、おばさん。
Aunt Eva?
私のことをいくらでも憎んでくれていいから。
Feel free to hate me as much as you want.
だからお父さんとお母さんに100万回キスをしてあげて。
Give your dad and mom a million kisses.
あなたのことをいつも思っているみんなにも
Give a
キ
kiss
ス
to
をしてあげて。
give a kiss to everyone who cared about you so much.
おばさん。
Aunt Eva?
あなたのもう一人のお母さんにどうかただいまと言ってあげて。
And say, I'm home, to your other mother. Mom gave me a push from behind, and I stumbled forwards. Towards my other mother.
エヴァ、お母さん。
Ava? Mom?
エンジェち
Angie Chan?
ゃん。あの日私がそう呼べていれば。
If only I called you Mom on that day.
私は何も謝ることがなかったかもしれない。
I might never have messed up.
私たちは新しい世界を二人で生み出せたかもしれない。
We might have been able to create a new world together.
もういいのよ。
That's enough.
エンジェちゃんは帰ってきてくれたわ。
You've come home.
だからもう何も言わなくていいのよ。
You don't need to say anything else.
お母さん。
Mom.
お母さん。
Mom.
おかえり。エンジェちゃん。
Welcome home, Angie Chan.
あなたは私の可愛い娘よ。
You're my adorable daughter.
エヴァお母さん。
Mom.
あなたはいつまでも、そして最後まで私の一番の味方だった。
Always, and until the end, you were my closest friend. The two of them hugged each other quietly, burying their faces in the other's shoulders and sobbing. The truth wasn't worth anything at all. In the first place, the truth is always in the past. The point of the future isn't to learn what happened in the past. What really matters is whether I can truly live and prosper in the truth that is now. If I truly live and prosper, that is the truth. Back when I only ever tried to see the truth of the past, I was nothing more than a ghost trapped in that past. Since that time, I haven't lived a single day. Now, I truly understand. Just a quick pause here. Something feels off to me. I'm very glad we're having this lovely moment. Seemingly lovely moment. I feel like something's brewing. This is what the real truth is. Or I guess the way I should phrase it is, I can't help but feel like something is gonna happen. I don't know. I'm untrustworthy at this point. I'm untrustworthy of what I'm seeing on my screen. Anyway, I will live. I've remembered how much everyone loved me. Because I was young and selfish, didn't even remember until now. The kind grandpa who always spoiled me. The entertaining aunts and uncles. All of the kind and gentle servants. It was always warm. And yet, because I was young and cruel, I never tried to remember any of that. Everyone got distorted by my irresponsible imagination, and I completely forgot the truth. Now, I can remember clearly, and I understand. That Halloween quiz party certainly was an illusion. It never happened. However, didn't we do all kinds of things when the relatives gathered? Things that were no more or less fun than that party? And, for the first time since the start of the game, I went up to each and every one of them to greet them, thank them, and apologize. To thank Grandpa for always pampering me. To thank my aunts and uncles. To thank the cousins for always playing with me even though I was so selfish. And I thank and apologize to the illusions. I think I said something horrible to Sakataro once in the past. And to Maria Oni-chan too. Maria Oni-chan, you really were a witch, weren't you? I've always been a witch. You approached that level yourself once, didn't you? No. I never really understood. Pitiful Maria Oni-chan with her pitiful magic. That's all I thought of it. So, couldn't pick up a fragment of happiness, couldn't even find one. You told me that yourself once, Oni-chan. It can't be helped. It takes two to create a universe. I had Bieto, but you were all alone. No. If I had called Aunt Eva Mom, there would have been two of us. I'm sure I would have been able to create a new world with the same magic you used, Maria Oni-chan. All of it was my fault. The message bottles I threw away half-jokingly distorted your future and wore you down. I bear responsibility for that. Yeah, seriously. It's all because of your message bottles. Because of that, people started copying you and making forgeries, growing the story into something crazy. However, the message bottles thrown away by Beato did not name a specific person as a culprit. One of the forgers wrote a plausible forgery that had Ishimiya Eva as the culprit and spread like a wildfire. Even though I should have known better than anyone else that it was impossible, I accepted it in the end.
ベアトのせいじゃないわ。
It isn't your fault, Beato.
周りの誰がどんな邪推を重ねようとも、
No matter how many people around me had baseless suspicions,
私の中の真実はたった一つのはずだった。
there should have been only one truth inside me.
なのに安易に私はみんなの温かな思い出を手放し、
And yet, so easily, I abandoned my warm memories of you all
心を彼らに明け渡してしまった。
and surrendered my heart to them.
いやいや、
No, no.
そもそもわらわがボトルメッセージなど投じなければ、未来の六軒島はおかしな妄想の種にされることもなかったのだ。
If I had not thrown away the message bottles, the future of Rokenjima would never have become the center of such bizarre misconceptions.
すべてはわらわのせいだ。
I bear responsibility for it all.
そうね、
True.
それもそうだわ。やっぱりあんたのせいだわ。
That's right. It really is your fault after all.
素直にそう言われるとカチンとくるぞ。
Put that way, it's a little irritating.
わらわのせいだけでなく、やはりそなたも悪いのだ。
You do have your share of the blame as well.
そうね。
Yeah, you're right.
あんたも悪いし、私も悪いわ。
You were at fault, so was I.
でも、お互い罵り合うのも馬鹿らしい。
Still, it'd be stupid for us to attack each other.
だって、私は未来の魔女。
After all, I'm a witch of the future.
あなたは過去の魔女。
You're a witch of the past.
未来に生きる私は、その魔法で未来を築くべきなのよ。
I should be using that magic to build my future.
私たちは、共に何らかの責任を負うけれど、
We both bear responsibility in some way,
それを責める資格はどちらにもないわ。
but neither of us has the right to blame the other.
エンジェなら
I knew.
マリアージュ・ソルシエールの教えをきっと理解してくれると思ってたよ。
You'd be able to understand Mariage Sorcerer's teachings, Angie.
そうね。
That's right.
私はマリアージュ・ソルシエールの最後の一人としてお姉ちゃんの魔法を伝える義務があるわ。
As the final member of Mariage Sorcerer, it's my responsibility to pass on Oni-chan's magic.
マリアの魔法はみんなを幸せにする魔法なの。
My magic can make everyone happy.
うん。
Indeed.
清らかなる魔法も邪悪なる魔法も思いのままよ。
You have both pure magic and wicked magic at your fingertips.
本当ね。
That's true.
魔法は心の持ち方で全く違う姿に変わる。
Magic can change completely depending on your heart.
正しい導きがなければ正しい魔法は使えないわ。
If you aren't properly guided, you can't use magic properly.
そして正しい魔法は人を幸福に導くわ。
And proper magic can bring people happiness.
素晴らしいことです。
It is a wonderful thing.
人を幸せにすることこそが魔女が魔法を振るう唯一の理由なのです。
Bringing people happiness is the sole reason that witches wield magic.
その教えをようやく我らが無限の魔女の系譜の最後の魔女に伝えることができて私は嬉しいですよ。
I'm very pleased to know that those teachings have been passed down through the endless witches, all the way to the final witch.
悪かったな。全然伝えてなくてよ。
Sorry for failing to pass it down myself at all.
未来の魔女エンジェ・ベアトリーチェ。
Witch of the future, Angie Beatrice.
マリアージュ・ソルシエールは今こそあなたの著名を解く。
I will now retract your expulsion from Mariage Sorcerer.
ウリュ
Uryu!
ーエンジェはきっと帰って くれるって信じてたよ。
I knew Angie would come back.
おめでとうございます、エンジ様。
Congratulations, Angie-sama.
あなたたちと共に旅をした日に、私は一度は理解をしたつもりでいたのに。
I thought I knew what the time we spent traveling together meant, and yet I...
ごめんね。
Sorry.
本当にごめんね。
I'm so sorry.
魔女は二人でなければ宇宙を生み出せぬ。
Witches cannot create a universe unless there are two.
未来のそなたは一人だが、本当に大丈夫か？
In the future, you will be alone. Will you really be okay?
ええ、大丈夫。
Yeah, I'll be okay.
私はもう一人じゃないもの。
I'm not alone anymore.
私は生きるわ。
I'll live
みんなと一緒に。
with everyone.
そして未来に生きる。
And I'll live in the future.
マリアージュ・ソルシエルの魔法を伝えるために生き抜くことを誓うわ。
I swear to keep living, so I can pass on the magic of Marriage Sorcerer.
マリアお姉ちゃんの魔法は私でさえ救ってくれたもの。
Marione-chan's magic saved me too.
魔法を必要としている人たちはもっと大勢いる。
There are a lot of people out there who need magic.
それを正しく伝え、一人でも多くの人々を救うことが
As the final witch of Marriage Sorcerer,
マリアージュ・ソルシエルの最後の魔女の私の使命なんだわ。
it's my duty to teach it the right way. Save as many people as I can.
それは実現できそうか？
Will you truly be able to do so?
もちろんよ。そのための力だってあるわ。
Of course. I have the power to do it.
私の先代様エヴァ・ベアトリーチェがたっぷりと築き上げてくれた黄金の魔法があるもの。
There's a golden magic that my predecessor, Eva Beatrice, spent so much time building.
私はそれを全て継承しているわ。
I've inherited all that. Right?
私がもう少し健康で長生きできてたら全部使い切っちゃうつもりだったんだけどね。
Well, if only my health had held out a little longer, I was planning to spend all of it on myself. Giggle. Aha, ha 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 ha. As Angie laughed, tears poured from her eyes again. Everyone surrounded Angie with their kind, warm smiles. Battler stood alone in the rose garden maze, letting the rain quietly fall on him. After searching for some time, Angie found him.
お兄ちゃん。
Oni-chan. Angie, who was feeling guilty, sensed anger in her brother's expression. So, she thought he was going to hit her. Wait. She thought he was going... Yeah, okay. She shut her eyes. However, her brother touched her softly. He patted her head gently. Hey.
真実なんて大したもんじゃなかっただろ。
The truth wasn't anything important, was it? No, it wasn't.
お兄ちゃんはこんなにも温かな世界でずっと
Even though
私
you're
の帰りを待っててくれたのに。
Even though you're here, waiting for me to come home in such a warm world.
私だけがずっと背を向けていたから。
I had my back turned the whole time.
お前は真実を知ってしまった。
You learned the truth.
うん。
Yeah.
だから誰かが生きて帰ってくるかもしれないっていう奇跡や希望が
So, any hopes you had So, any hopes you had of someone miraculously surviving and come back have been crushed.
でもお前にはもう未来を生きるための新しい希望や使命があるな。
However, you now have a new mission, a hope for living in the future.
お兄ちゃんがその温かな希望を 守ってくれてた。
You kept that precious hope safe for me.
それを私が自ら開いて逃がしてしまった。
I was the one who opened the box and let it get away.
パンドラの箱より始末が悪いわ。
Turned out worse than Pandora's box.
私は知る必要のない真実も、そして希望までも全て逃がしてしまって、全てを空っぽにしてしまったのだから。
A truth I didn't need to know flew out of the box, along with all my hopes, leaving nothing inside but empty space.
いいさ。
That's okay.
開けちまったなら仕方ねえさ。
It's open now and that's that.
それで空っぽなら後腐れがなくていいじゃねえか。
If it's empty inside, that means it won't fester.
下手な希望はかえってトゲになることもあるしな。
After all, false hopes can sometimes bring you pain. Battler laughed heartily. Then, with that same smile on his face, he told her,
俺たちはもう死んでる。
We're already dead. Yeah.
ひょっとしたら生きてるかもしれないって希望がお前の12年間を生きる糧にしてくれた。
You've lived 12 years on the hope that we might still be alive.
それはもう
Not anymore.
おしまいだ。
Not anymore.
きれいさっぱり全部なしだ。
That's over and done with. Yeah,
分かってる。
I know.
これからの私は新しい人生に踏み出すわ。
Starting now, I'll step forward into a new life.
ベアとは六軒島を猫箱に閉ざし、
Beato put Rokenjima in the cat box.
次の魔女のエヴァおばさんはその猫箱の蓋を生涯守った。
The next witch, Aunt Eva, guarded the lid of that cat box her whole life.
その次の魔女のお前はその蓋を開けちまったがだからってなんだってんだ。
You, the witch after her, opened that lid. But so what?
過去の真実なんてどうでもいいことじゃねえか。
Why does the truth of the past matter?
ええ、
Yeah,
私はこれから真に生きる。
from now on, I'll truly live.
そして自分だけの真実を結実するわ。
And I'll make my own personal truth prosper.
頑張れよ。
Good luck.
マリアージュ・ソルシエールの最後の魔女。
Final witch of Mariage Sorcerer.
マリアの魔導書を読んだぜ。
I've read Maria's grimoire.
あれはとてもいいことを書いた素晴らしい本だ。
It's a great book with some really good stuff written in it.
聖書だって翻訳がいる。
Even the Bible needs a translator.
ならマリアの魔導書にだって翻訳がいるだろう。
So, Maria's grimoire probably needs one too.
お前がそれを翻訳するんだ。
You'll be that translator.
そしてかつてのお前と同じ境遇の子供たちに伝えてやれ。
You've got to teach kids who are in the position you once were.
それがお前の新しき未来の魔女の使命だ。
That's your mission as the new witch of the future. Yeah,
俺はいない。
I'm gone.
でもお前の後ろにいつだっていて見守ってるからな。
But I'll always be behind you, watching over you.
知ってるわ。
I know.
お兄ちゃんだけじゃないわ。
And not just you.
みんなも一緒よ。
Everyone else too.
俺もみんなもずっとずっと永遠にお前を愛してる。
All of us will love you forever.
それを忘れるな。
Don't forget that.
忘れないわ。
I won't forget.
絶対永遠に。
Not ever. And that's for certain. Angie leapt into Battler's chest and sobbed. Humans are sad creatures who can learn, but not unlearn. She had already learned. It may have been a cruel, terrifying, merciless thing, capable of destroying even the miracle called hope. However, there's still one tiny fragment left gripped in her hand. Her family's love. If she can just remember that and hold it tight, then surely Angie will live on. She'll be able to stop before taking that single step into nothingness.
それに六軒島の猫箱はまだ完全に開かれたわけじゃない。
Also, the Rokenjima cat box hasn't been opened completely.
お前が中身を覗いちまっただけの話だ。
You've just taken a peek at what's inside.
だからお前が自ら蓋となれ。
So, you must be the lid yourself.
そして今度はお前が猫箱の中のみんなを守るんだ。
And this time, you'll protect everyone inside the cat box.
俺や親父やキリエさん、いとこのみんなやおじさんたちおばさんたち。
Me and Dad and Kairi-san, cousins and the uncles and the aunts.
じいさまや使用人のみんな。
Grandfather and the servants.
幻想の住人のみんなをな。
And all of the illusions. Yeah.
今度は私がみんなを守らなきゃ。
This time I have to protect everyone.
ならそれは急いだ方がいいんじゃない？
Then shouldn't you hurry up a bit? The sound of popcorn being eaten rang out from beyond a rose bush. It was Lambda Delta.
あんたも知ってると思うけど、
I think you know this already.
ベルンはもうじき一なる真実の書をパーティーで大公開するわ。
But Byrne is just about to hold a big party for the book of the single truth.
会場には天国から地獄から異界から別世界からあらゆる世界の面々が集まってる。
She's gathered beings from heaven and from hell, from the spirit world and from parallel worlds.
そこで中身を公表されたらもう何もかも手遅れよ。
If she announces what's in that book in a place like that, it'll all be too late, won't it?
私行くわ。
I'm going.
ベルンカステルにあの鍵を渡してしまった。
I gave Byrne Castell that key.
私の責任だわ。
It's my responsibility.
私が行って取り返してくる。
I'll go and take it back.
図書の都にか。
City of Books, huh?
しかし入る方法がない。
But there's no way for us to get in.
あそこには結界があるんだ。
There's a barrier around that place.
あいつがこれをくれたの。
She gave me this.
これがあれば自由に出入りできるって。
With it, I can come and go as I please.
バカなやつね。
What an idiot.
私を捨てるとき回収を忘れたんだわ。
She forgot to collect it when she threw me away. Angie fished through her pocket, and there was a jingling sound. It was a bell with a blue ribbon tied to it.
それよ。
That's it!
招待状と引き換えに渡される図書の都の臨時入館証。
One of those temporary entry passes that you get when you turn in your invitation.
それがあればとりあえず一人は図書の都に乗り込めるわね。
As long as you have that, at least one of you will be able to get into the City of Books.
まあかけらの海を誰かが送ってくれればの話だけど。
Well, as long as someone takes you across the Sea of Fragments first.
ラムダデルタ、
Lambda Delta,
私を図書の都に連れてって。
take me to the City of Books.
エンジ。
Angie.
それが私の責任の取り方だわ。
This is my way of taking responsibility.
私が一なる真実の書の公開を食い止める。
I'll see to it that the book of the single truth isn't made public.
本気で言ってんの？
Are you serious?
あそこは化け物中の化け物の服までよ。
That place is a den of monsters among monsters.
ベルンの庇護を失ったあんたなんてハイ以下のハムシ扱い。
Now that you've lost Byrne's protection, you'll be weaker than a fly.
ベチッと叩いて潰されておしまいよ。
Squish. The end. The end. The end. The bell was snatched from Angie's hands.
ラムダデルタ。
Lambda Delta,
そこには俺が行こ
I'll go.
う。お前は俺を送ってくれるだけでいい。
I just need you to get me in there.
どうせ俺は猫箱の中にしか存在できない虚無の存在だ。
After all, I'm an empty creature, unable to exist outside the cat box.
だがエンジは未来に生きなくちゃならない。
Angie, on the other hand, must live on into the future.
そしてお前だって未来ある存在だ。
You're a person with a future too.
だから俺が行く。
So I'll go.
俺には何も
I have
失
nothing.
うものなんてないんだからな。
I have nothing to lose.
いいえ、これは私の責任。そして私のけじめ。
No, this is my responsibility, my way of making up for what I did.
私が自らの手でやらなきゃ未来は何も変わらない。そして未来の猫箱を何も救えない。
If I don't do it myself, the future won't change at all, and I won't be able to save any future cat boxes. And she tried to snatch the key from Battler's hand, but Battler had no intention of giving it up. The two of them were grimly serious, but from the sidelines, it looked like an ordinary squabble between two close siblings. Lambda Delta watched this conversation and shrugged. If she just took one of them to the City of Books, she wouldn't have to make any enemies, and there was no risk to her. All she cared about was which one would make the story more interesting. Nothing else. But then, she finally noticed.
ストップ。
Hold on.
あんたたち、ちょっとストップ、ストップ。
Sorry, I had to click away here for a second. Sorry. Hold on a sec, you two. Hold on.
何よ、後にしてよ。
What's your problem? Save it for later.
今兄弟で大切な話をしてるんだ。
We're having an important sibling discussion here.
まずあんたたち、
Okay, first off,
その組み合ってる手を解きなさい。
let go of each other's hands.
鈴はバトラが持ってるのね。
Battler's holding the bell now, right?
バトラ、跳ねてみて。
Jump, Battler.
跳ねる
Jump.
こうか。
Like this. Jingle, jingle.
次、エンジェ、
You next, Angie.
跳ねてみて。
Try jumping.
なんで私まで。
Why the hell should I... Jingle, jingle. Huh?
どうして。
Why? If Battler was holding the bell, where did that sound come from? Angie hurriedly searched through her pockets. When she did, another blue ribbon bell came out of a different pocket than the first one.
それこれと同じ鈴だよな。
These are the same, aren't they?
そんな。
No way.
どうして2つ。
Why are there two?
私は1つしかもらわなかったわよ。
I was only given one of them.
どうしてかなんか知らないわ。
I don't know why.
でもとにかくあんたは図書の都に入れる鈴を2つ持っている。
At any rate, you've got two bells that'll get you into the City of Books.
よってあんたたちの仲睦まじいやりとりをこれ以上見ている必要がなくなったわけ。
Now I don't have to sit here and watch the two of you play around with each other anymore. The pair of them gripped their bells and looked at each other.
最初から
From the very beginning,
今回のゲームはあんたたち2人のものだわ。
this game has belonged to the two of you.
ただ対決するプレイヤーには若干の変更があったみたいね。
There's just been a slight change in who the opponent is.
あんたたち2人が競い合うゲームじゃない。
This isn't a competition between you two.
猫箱をめぐって蓋を閉ざそうとするバトラとエンジェとそれを開こうとするベルンとの
Maybe
戦いだわ。
Maybe it's a stupid question to ask, but can I think of where that second bell came from? Why would it be a stupid question? Unless you mean it's a question to expose my stupidness, possibly. I mean... So she claims the first one was given to her by Bernie when she discarded Angie. I don't know. So something during that the weird time here at the beginning of this little section. That's the only possible thing I could think of. I think the first one was given to Angie in general. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure then. But that's not anything shocking for me. Low IQ man. Lambda Delta says it's a fight between Battle and Angie, who want to close the lid. Who want to close the lid on the cat box.
返事はベルン側からバトラ側にチームを変更した。
Some outside force wants both Angie and Battler to be present. And Burn, who wants it opened. Angie has moved from Burn's team to Battler's team.
それだけの話。
That's all there is to it.
ラムダデルタ、
Lambda Delta,
俺たち図書の都へ連れて行ってくれ。
take us to the city of books.
分かってるわよね。連れてくだけよ。
Okay, I'm just taking you there. Got it?
あとは今度こそ感激者に徹するからね。
After that, I'm done being anything but a spectator.
あんたたちが図書の都で何をどう戦ってどうベルンにコテンパンにされるかをじっくりたっぷり間近で感激してるだけだからね。
I just want to have the best seats to see exactly how you fight, what you do, and how Burn makes mincemeat out of all of you.
ラムダデルタありがとう。
Lambda Delta, thanks. Yeah. Oh, it still feels early. I feel like I could keep going. It's just heating up. True. Good point. Points raised. Shannon and Cannon stood guard in front of the door to the Golden Land. They glared quietly and fearlessly at the eerie fleet of ships across the horizon. Shannon slowly lifted her hands. Cannon raised his right hand and a red blade appeared there. I like this pose. Stop! 7-hour stream? Probably. Let's see, what is at my time? I mean, I can go for... I could go probably like another, even 2.5 hours if needed. I would say like 2.5 hours or until the next little section finishes. Unless it's like 10 minutes, then we could keep going. Shannon slowly lifted her hands. Cannon raised his right hand, and a red blade appeared there.
そこで止まってください。
Stop right there.
それ以上の接近を拒否します。
I forbid you to come any closer. Oh no, are we gonna have an action scene here? If you do, I'll kill you. I'm a boat. They could see a single dinghy leaving the fleet and approaching them. They couldn't tell if it was a messenger or the first wave. Shannon and Cannon watched it cautiously. Oh my fucking god! Erika, you look fucking ridiculous. Get that fucking hat off of your head. What the fuck are you doing? At the head of that dinghy, rowed by goats, stood Erika. Oh, that tickles me. Where the heck did she get that thing from? Maybe she's trying to act the part of the fleet's leader. Erika was glaring at them and smiling aggressively with what appeared to be a pirate hat on her head. Yes, I do remember that. Did she have some pirate thing I didn't catch? Or I didn't necessarily was paying attention to. I've come to deliver our terms. There will be room for negotiation. Please open the gate. Shannon and Cannon looked at each other. Erika was the one offering this deal. It wasn't likely to be anything agreeable. However, if they turned her away, the attack would probably begin at once. Since they were in a firmly inferior position, they wanted to buy time by any means they could. At Shannon's nod, Cannon erased his sword. The Golden Land was filled with a hard downpour accompanied by occasional thunder. Erika, who realized that this weather spoke for their emotions, smiled even more boldly. At the center of the Golden Land was the arbor surrounded by the Golden Rose Garden. A large number of humans and illusions were there, arguing about something. Even without asking, it was easy to guess the nature of the debate by their anguished expressions. After all, in this life or death situation, they didn't have many options they could take. In the direction Erika was being led, Beato stood waiting, accompanied by the Chester sister court. When Erika, accompanied by her goat guard, saw Beato, she gave a bow that only appeared graceful. Beato followed suit and gave a graceful bow of the sort that was rarely seen from her. I am Beatrice, master of the Golden Land and the Golden and Endless Witch. Master of the Golden Land and the Golden and Endless Witch. Feels like she could make that roll off the tongue just a bit more. Announce yourself. As though implying that she was more than happy to go through with this farce, Beato introduced herself boldly and requested that Erika do the same. It's like a true meeting between pirates. I watched Pirates of the Caribbean back in the day. I get pirate meetings. We have been dispatched from the Great Witch theater-going drama and spectating's noble city of carefully selected books. I am the Witch of Truth, the commander of the Library Fleet, which is committed to bestowing honor and protection to books. My name is Frudo Erika. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Shall we get down to business? You ought to celebrate. We of the Library Fleet, dedicated to offering honor and protection to books, has come to bring good news to you all. First, I would like to announce that, after careful selection, the City of Books has acknowledged and accepted the Game Boy created by the Endless Witch Beatrice as a great and honorable book. Huh? That is indeed a great honor. That game board is a profoundly entertaining and original masterpiece, worthy of close study. It deserves to be released for all of our subjects to read. And so, City of Books has ordered us to grant eternal honor and protection to this game board. This is all quite long and boring. Get to the point. We demand that you hand the entirety of this game board over to the Honorable City of Books. Doing so will give this board and its pieces the greatest honor and protection imaginable. And if we refuse, you will be prosecuted for the crime of monopolizing a great cultural artifact that ought to be shared among all of our subjects. We are here to notify you of the impending assault, one which will be waged by us to protect the benefits that are the rightful property of all subjects, not yours alone. Are you not concerned that the shared property of all subjects might be destroyed in this assault of yours?
名誉図書保護法の規定により名誉文化史的独占を犯す犯罪者がこれを盾に籠城を試みる場合
According to the Great Library Protective Regulations, when a criminal guilty of monopolization of a cultural artifact raises that objection as you have done, objection as you have now done,
執行官隊は大法院の許可を持って保護より逮捕を優先することが許されます
the executive fleet may prioritize arrest over its protective duties, as long as they obtain permission from the Great Court.
もちろんすでに大法院の許可状はこちらにございます
Of course, we have already obtained the Great Court's written authorization.
ついでにその逮捕は生死を問わぬと書いてありそうだな
I imagine the word arrest is closely followed by dead or alive. Am I right?
おや
My.
よくこんな小さい文字が読めますね
I'm impressed that you can read those tiny letters.
では茶番は以上です
Now, enough fooling around.
ぶっちゃけどうします
Let's hear your answer.
そなたの要求を飲むとどのような利点があるという
What do we have to gain by accepting your conditions?
お互い無駄な仕事をしなくて済みます
Both of us will be saved a troublesome task.
そしてあなたの勇敢にして名誉ある行為は図書の都にて誉れ高く終章に記されるでしょう
Furthermore, your brave and noble acts will be recorded as a glorious final chapter in the City of Books.
分かってますよね
You do understand, right?
あなたは絶対勝てません
You have no chance of winning.
これは戦いでさえない
This isn't even a fight.
井戸の底で上を見上げるあなたに石をぶつけるだけの一方的なものなのですから
It's just you, sitting there at the bottom of a well while people throw stones at you.
わらわに選べるのは図書館の魔女たちがわらわの最後をいかに記すかだけというわけ
So, you claim that I have the power to choose nothing except how the library witches will record my final moments? Laugh, 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 laugh.
あとはあなた次第です
The rest depends on you.
もしあなたがこのゲーム版を愛おしく思うなら報復すべきです
If you treasure this game board, you ought to surrender.
駒たちは末永く大勢の市民に愛されその役目を永遠に続けることができるでしょう
The pieces will be treasured by our many loyal subjects for all time and will be able to continue their roles on into eternity.
つまりは好き放題に生み出した惨劇を永遠に繰り返すということ
In other words, the tragedies I created at will shall repeat forevermore.
あんたがしてきたことと何か違いね
How is that any different from what you've been doing so far?
ない
It isn't.
以上
Is there anything else?
ならばわらわの答えを聞かせる
If not, allow me to give you my answer.
どうぞ
Go ahead. Beatrice is just gonna say, fuck off. Erika tensed slightly. After all, this was a great Lady Beatrice she was dealing with. She might shout, "Here's my answer," dramatically and do something crazy. They say a cornered rat is the most likely to bite a cat. Furthermore, Erika had intel telling her that the great Lady Lambda Delta, Witch of the Senate, had been spending her time inside the Golden Land, though only as a theater goer. Erika needed to carry out this noble task that her master had assigned her, and she had to carry it out perfectly. If she was honest, she wanted to make Beato raise a white flag, even by trickery if necessary. So, even though this was a farce, she held back from giving any unneeded provocation. She gulped and tried to size Beato up. And then, with a pathetic expression on her face, Beato let out a sigh.
素直に言う
I'll be honest.
わらわはもう疲れた
The truth is, I am tired. God, I love Beatrice.
それはどういう意味です
What do you mean by that?
わらわのゲームはバトラとの戦いを終えた時点ですでにその目的を終えている
My game had already achieved its purpose when my fight with Battler ended.
なのにその後の都合で何度もゲームが繰り返されたのだ
And yet, for various reasons, the game has repeated several times since then.
わらわは正直もう疲れている。
To be perfectly honest, I'm tired of it.
正直全く想像していないお返事でした。
To be honest, that isn't the answer I was expecting at all.
では降伏なさると？
So, you want to surrender?
本気で？
Really?
ぶっちゃけるとどっちでもよい。
Simply put, I don't care either way.
降伏でもそなたらに討ち取られるのでもどっちでもよい。
It doesn't matter whether I surrender or whether we're vanquished by you.
わらわは誰の手であっても構わぬからこのゲーム版とその物語が幕を下ろすことを望んでいる。
I simply wish to have the curtain closed on this game, Board and Tail, regardless of who does the deed. Of course, that was a lie. She knew she couldn't win even if she fought. For now, their best option was to play for time. They would fix Erika's attention to this spot. During that time, Battler and the others would steal the key from Bernkstel while she was completely off her guard. Once they had the key, they would return to the Golden Land, use that key to let Angie open the door of the future, and see her off. God, it's been a while since I played Deltarune. I wouldn't be able to exactly recall the situation you'd be talking about. That was their goal line. Everything that happened after that would be inside the cat box. Angie would live on into the future, with hope. No one would know whether Beato and the others were alive or dead. That was enough. The only strategy Beato and the others could use to achieve this was to buy time.
降伏してくれるなら拍子抜けではありますが、私も手間が省けて助かります。
If you do surrender, maybe a bit of an anticlimax, but it will save me a lot of trouble.
ところがそのだな、そう綺麗にはいかんのだ。
But, well, it is not quite so simple.
そのだな、ここだけの話なのだが。
You see, and this is just between you and me.
そなたも存じておろうが、大ラムダデルタ教がご滞在されている。
As you may know, the great lady Lambda Delta is staying here.
今日は我らにドラマチックなクライマックスを提供せよとな、そのわがままを申されている。
She is, pushing us to show her a dramatic climax.
それはひどいわがままですね。
That's a pretty cruel whim to force on someone.
10万の兵力を要する我が艦隊にすでに解き終えたパズルみたいな絞りかすのあんたたちがほんの数十人で。
How are a few wimpy people in what's basically an already solved puzzle supposed to fight against our fleet?
どう抵抗させようというのです？
With its hundreds of thousands of troops.
そうなのだ、そうなのだ。
1 million troops. Very true, very true.
戦力差は圧倒的。
The gap in strength is overwhelming. God, Beatrice is just doing her best to, like, improv for time here.
戦いにさえならぬと我らは言っておるのだがな。
We told her that it wouldn't even be a fight, but
そのラムダデルタ教が彼女の友人たちを集めて共闘するから徹底抗戦せよと言って聞かぬのだ。
well, Lady Lambda Delta didn't listen and just said she would bring some of her friends to support us, so we should fight with everything we had.
ラムダデルタ教のご友人？
Lady Lambda Delta's friends? Unlike Bernkastel, who kept to herself, Lambda Delta had many friends. Her friends and patrons were either territory lords of great influence who came from all over the place, or else monsters that had become legends in their own lifetimes. In all seriousness, her so-called fan club had enough size and influence that could have suddenly declared itself a separate country in the Sea of Fragments without anyone being overly surprised.
困ったことにラムダデルタ教はやる気満々でな。
This is quite a problem for us with Lady Lambda Delta all ready for action.
さっきから勝手に各地に電話を繰り返し友人知人を呼びつけておるのだ。
Without any regard for us, she keeps calling up friends and acquaintances on the phone from all over the place, telling them to come over. Of course, this was all a lie. Lambda Delta had turned into a small candy comet and was now shooting towards the City of Books, with Battler Nanji in tow. So, to make sure that Lambda Delta's and Battler's absences were not noticed, everyone was crowded around the arbor, pretending to argue furiously with each other.
Battler-sama, ご決断を。
Battler-sama, give us your decision.
我ら煉獄の七姉妹、いつでも死ぬ覚悟はできております。
We, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, are prepared for death at any time.
玉砕には反対だ。
I firmly oppose taking a last stand that would lead to our deaths.
死んで咲く果実などありませんよ。
What could possibly be gained by dying?
あなたは腰抜けです。
How can you be such a coward?
生きて領収の恥ずかしめを受けるなど考えられません。
Is it inconceivable that we should live on in shame as prisoners?
生きてこそチャンスを待てることもあります。
There are times when the mere fact of being alive gives one opportunities.
そうですとも。
Yes, indeed.
短気は損気とも申します。
A short temper makes a bad leader.
ナトラ、男ならバシッと決めろい。
God, I love this. Battler, if you call yourself a man, now's the time to act like one.
大ラムダデルタ様が力を貸してくれるってんだろ。
The great Lambda Delta-sama is even willing to help out, right?
どうかや。
I agree.
男には決断の時があるんやで。
These are the times when a man has to make a tough decision.
決断は選んだ内容よりも選んだ時を称賛されることもございます。
In many cases, the timing of a decision is more valuable than the decision itself.
降伏すれば乱暴はしないかも。
If we surrender, they may not be violent.
そんなことあるわけないわよ。
You can't be serious.
あんた、それでもオスだよ。
Weren't you supposed to be a male lion?
牙はどこに行ったのよ。
Damn, got him. Where are your fangs now?
どうせ死ぬなら豚としてでなく狼として死にたい。
If death awaits us regardless, I'd rather die as a wolf than a pig.
あんたバカ。
Are you stupid?
そういうのを犬死にって言うのよ。
Are you saying you want to die like a dog?
ラムダデルタさんの呼び寄せる援軍の力次第ですな。
It all depends on the strength of the support Lambda Delta-san can provide.
ラムダデルタさん、
Lambda Delta-san,
本当にあなたのお友達はあいつらに勝てるだけの力があるの？
are your friends really strong enough to win against them?
賭けね。
It's a bet.
降伏して死ぬか、賭けに出て敗れて死ぬか。
We'll either surrender and die, or we'll lose a bet and die.
あら、
Interesting.
なら賭けに出た方が生き残れる可能性は高いってことになるわ。
In that case, our chances for survival must be higher if we take that bet.
大本院は名誉ある降伏には慈悲を与えるでしょう。
An honorable surrender will surely cause the Great Court to show mercy.
バカ元老院だろ。
They're doing that thing again where everyone has a line to say. They're backed by the Senate, aren't they?
どうせなんだかんだ言って全員断頭台に決まったら。
Sure, they'll hem and haw, but we'll all see the guillotine in the end.
とにかく皆さん冷静に。
Anyway, let's all calm down.
頭を冷やしましょう。
Cool your heads.
私はことを荒立てることには反対です。
I'm opposed to letting our emotions control us.
君こそ冷静になるべきじゃないかい。
Why don't you calm down first?
相互確証破壊という戦略もある。
We have another possible strategy. Mutually assured destruction.
仮に勝てないにせよ、こちらもただで済ます気はないという戦略は相手への抑止になるよ。
We might not be able to win, but if we can convince them that we plan on taking enough of them with us, that might force our opponents to show restraint.
つまりよ、
So basically,
そっちがやる気ならこっちもただじゃ死なねえぜってことだぜ。
if they're determined to attack, we'll let them know we aren't going down without doing some damage first. Maria's laugh.
ラムダデルタの友達はみんなすごいよ。
All of Lambda Delta's friends are incredible.
みんなすごい伝説と武勇伝を持つすっごい魔女や怪物、悪魔や神様がいっぱいなんだから。
She knows lots and lots of witches, beasts, demons, and gods, all of which have really, really huge legends and histories.
あんなお船が星と同じ数を並べていたって一息で吹き飛ばしてしまうよ。
Even if those ships outnumber the stars in the sky, Lambda Delta's friends would wipe them out with a single blast. Will this really work? She hasn't seen through our act yet, has she? Goda, come on. Just continue to act. Jesus Christ. Don't break character. Why does Goda have to be like this? Why the fuck? I mean, fucking of course it's Goda. Jesus. Alright. Anyway, I'm getting mad. It is working. You must speak more forcefully as well. Do not worry about politeness. Enough, you gutless swine! Do you like the backbone to finish with a bang? Hold on. Don't forget that some of us are opposed to fighting. I think we should surrender. What? Goda, you loser-loving fool! Ouch, master, it's just an act. Well, it looks like the debate has gotten quite heated. So, will we surrender? Or will we fight back? Which will it be? Nobody knows. Personally speaking, I would like to surrender. They're doing their strong suit. If my role will end either way, I'd prefer that my game board be preserved the way I made it. I cannot bear to have Lady Lambda Delta continue to use it however she pleases. We don't want that either. I came here to fight you, but I'm no match for Lady Lambda Delta's friends. Secretly, Erika was getting worried by these complicated developments, and she was relieved that she hadn't pushed too hard earlier on. She wanted to flatter Beato and end this with a bloodless takeover. Even the great Lady Lambda Delta probably wouldn't seriously think of picking a fight with the Senate. Her motives were probably something much more trivial, a simple desire to watch the game board's final fireworks from a front row seat. However, if she really did have some fireworks of her own prepared, it was at least possible that this could turn into a ruckus that Erika would have no chance of quelling. Beatrice saw all this going on in Erika's mind, so she continued to act with an even more pathetic expression on her face. Let me see this. There's something fun about people fighting and giving their all, and there's these two goofballs just commenting and posing. Hey, I love the commitment to being just a silly little person, you know? Just a goofy little person. If that is truly, and it's like this thing, if that's your way of life. If you commit, like I always say, commit to the bit. If you're just committed to being a goofy little person, then so be it. Go all out, even in moments of high stress like this. I respect it. Even among witches, her acting ability was top-notch. Might you be willing to lend us some of your strength? So that my game board's beauty will be preserved? Truly, it was a great error to invite that busybody as a guest. I understand. I'd like to end this quietly too, if I can. So, how can we work together?
わらわたちはさっきから降伏か降戦か議論を続けている。
For some time now, we have been arguing over whether we should surrender or resist.
わらはもうそれに戻り、降伏を主張し、ダムダデルタ教に
Oh yeah, good
この
point.
ゲーム版を壊
Good
して
point.
しまうような大騒ぎはやめてほしいと頼むつもりだ。
I intend to return to them and propose that we surrender and ask Lady Lambda Delta not to do anything that might destroy the game board. But see, there she only had to. Who did she have to dupe? Battler. And no shots at Battler necessarily, but like. You know, I feel like he's an easier person to pull the wool over. For many reasons. It's baked into his personality. I intend to return to them and propose surrender and ask. Okay, I intend to return to them and propose that we surrender and ask Lady Lambda Delta not to do anything that might destroy the game board. That would please me very much. So, what should I do?
わらわたちに議論の時間を保証してほしい。
I would like you to guarantee that we have the necessary time to debate the matter.
何しろそなたらの船がぐるりと取り囲み威圧しているのだからな。
After all, your ships are surrounding and pressuring us at the moment.
いつ攻撃されるかもわからぬと緊張感に耐えかねて
Yeah, we'll call that
破れかぶれになっておるのだ。
call that Erika's hubris. She was defeated there because of her hubris. Everyone is so tense at the thought that we may be attacked any time, that they're falling apart.
だからそなたが我らに議論の時間を保証してくれれば一同も冷静になれる時間を取り戻せるだろう。
So, if you guarantee that we'll have enough time to discuss this amongst ourselves, everyone will surely be able to keep their composure during that time.
わらはラムダデルタ教を説得できる十分な時間を得られる。
Furthermore, I'll have enough time to convince Lady Lambda Delta.
いいでしょう。時間はいかほど必要です？
Very well. About how long do you need?
できれば気前よく無制限とはいかぬか。
Would you be gracious and avoid giving a specific time limit?
期限があれば結局は残り時間が少なくなるとまたみんな破れかぶれになり過激な意見に統一されてしまう。
If a time limit is imposed, everyone will just fall apart again as the limit nears, possibly leading to a more radical decision.
そりゃそうですね。
You have a point there.
導火線で大事なのは火がついているかいないかです。
The most important thing about a fuse is whether it's lit or not.
その議論の前に導火線の長さなどどうでもいいことでしょうから。
The length of the fuse is a trivial matter.
ではしばし時間をもらえるか。
In that case, will you give us the time we need?
わかりました。
Understood.
議論の時間を保証します。
I guarantee that you'll have time to discuss it.
ただし、無期限ではありません。
However, that time won't be unlimited.
私はここで皆さんの議論を聞きながら待たせてもらいます。
I'll wait here and listen in on your discussion. Uh-oh.
それがだな。そなたの姿が見えていてはやはりみんな緊張してしまって。
Well, as far as that goes, it is true that your mere presence here has everyone on edge.
私はすでに譲歩をしました。
I have already made my concessions.
今度はあなたが私に譲歩をする番ではありませんか？
Isn't it your turn now? Damn. They were some distance away from the arbor, but it was just close enough to give a general idea of what was going on. It was far enough that they just might be able to hide the fact that Battler and Lambda Delta were missing. Just far enough for them to convincingly act like this was a white-hot argument in gridlock. If it were possible, they would rather have kept Erika at an even greater distance. They plan to set up a seat of honor for their guest at one of the far corners of the garden maze.
何か問題でも
Is there some sort of problem?
わかったわかっ
Okay, okay.
た。そう怖い顔をするでない。
Don't make such a scary face.
なら、ここでしばらく待つがよい。
In that case, please wait here.
秘密会議であるからな。
This is, a confidential conference.
そなたはだな、
So you must,
この線よりこちらに来てはならぬぞ。
come no closer than this line. Beata drew a line in the ground with her foot.
わらわの
Smooth.
顔も立てよ。
Help them see me in a good light.
そなたがこれだけ寛大な配慮をしてくれたことは、わらわにとって何よりの武器となるのだ。
If it's clear that I've obtained a generous agreement from you, that'll be a powerful weapon in my hands in the debate.
椅子もらえます
Yeah, I was literally just about to say, it is only 2 people out of this slightly large group here, but it's 2, not only the most important, but 2 very, very, people that stand out, I would say, amongst two people that very much stand out in a sea of Nanjos and Sakataros. Could I get a chair?
わかったわかった。
Yes, yes, of course.
シエスタ隊よ。すぐにエリカ殿にお椅子と傘を。
Chester troops, bring Lady Erika a chair and umbrella at once.
手ぬぐいもな。
And hand towel too.
わらわが自ら拭いてピカピカにしてから差し上げようぞ。
I'll wipe it nice and clean for you. You and your stupid hat, Erika.
お嬢様、守備はいかがでございましたか？
Lady, have there been any developments in our negotiations?
今年の主演女優賞はわらわで決まりだぞ。
If anything's certain, it's that I'll be winning this year's prize for Best Actress.
さすがベアトリーチェ様。
That's our Beatrice-sama.
僕たちにできることは激論を交わし紛糾し
All we can do is argue fiercely, squabble amongst ourselves,
ことがこじれれば面倒なことになると演出することだけだ。
and make it look like things will turn for the worse if negotiations break down. Indeed.
これもまたバトラたちを援護する戦いである。
This is yet another fight to support Badler's group.
皆気を引き締めよ。
Get yourselves ready, everyone.
本気で激論し罵倒せよ。
Let us argue and insult with all we have.
よいな。
Got it?
はい、親方様。
Yes, master. The sight of Goda, his cheek red and swollen from being pinched, made everyone snort. But they quickly covered their mouths and put fingers to their lips. Then, everyone nodded at each other, and the fake argument resumed. Erika was sitting in the chair that the Chester sisters had brought her, filling a goat in on the details of their discussions. The goats would probably return and tell the rest of the fleet. The fleet would tell Berncastel, and Berncastel might think of some plan to deal with the situation or give new orders. Conversation with the goat ended, and it spun around. It returned to the dinghy and report on this to the fleet. This is very silly. This is... I get what's happening. The last couple of scenes here have just been very silly in my head. In my opinion. Not a bad silly, but silly. It slipped out from a rose bush and passed through the garden maze, heading towards the door that led outside. Is it really okay to let that goat reach the boats? If it goes back, Erika's report will reach Berncastel's ears. The Chester sister spoke through a secret channel that only they could use.
2秒に
2 seconds, yeah.
音も許さないに
Won't even be a sound, yeah.
もうじきエリカの認識半径を抜けます。
It's just about to leave Erika's sphere of awareness.
船頭のヤギの認識半径に到達するまでの推定10秒間暗殺は実行可能です。
Estimated 10 seconds before it reaches the goat boatman's sphere, so assassination can be carried out successfully.
ベアトリーチェ卿
Lady Beatrice,
暗殺許可を
your permission to assassinate, if you please.
やれます。エリカに気取らせません。
We can do it. Erika will sense nothing.
許可しない。
You do not have permission.
軍師が制限時間を切らずに船を出ると思うか？
Did you think an envoy would leave their ship without setting a time limit?
連絡がなくば決められた時間の後に攻撃を開始せよと命じられているはず。
The fleet probably has orders to attack if it isn't contacted within a certain period of time.
そのヤギを見逃せ。
Let that goat go.
WO 了解。
00, understood. The goat passed through the door. Then, after receiving a silent bow from Shannon Cannon, it got on the dinghy and returned to the fleet. The fleet would probably follow Erika's orders and stand by until an attack order was given. That gave the residents of the Golden Land a chance to assassinate Erika. But of course, that wasn't going to be possible, practically speaking. She was Baron Castell's greatest underling and a witch who controlled truth. Tricking her was all they could hope for. Anything else would be overconfident.
あんたたちも座ったらどうです？
Why don't you all have a seat too?
我らのことはお構いなくであります。
You need have no worries about us. Without any hint that she had just been talking about assassinations, 00 stood upright with her hands clasped behind her back. Surrender or resist until the end. The false argument resumed. Just how far and how long would they be able to trick Erika? Yes, final fight for the Golden Land had already begun.
バトル。
Battler,
ここは我らに任せよ。
you can count on us to handle things here.
そなたはエンジェと最後のゲームを取り返すのだ。
It's time for you and Angie to take this final game back. Books.
なんてバカでかい図書館だ。
This is one freakishly huge library.
この一冊一冊に私たちのような物語が記されてるんですって。
I've heard that each one of these books has a tale like ours inside it.
ここは神様の世界だな。
After all, this is a world of gods.
あんたたち風情が立ち入っていい場所じゃないってことが一目でわかるでしょ。
You can tell at a glance that it's no place for scum like you to be in, right? After passing through the barrier, the three of them had finally made it inside the City of Books. For some time, they were overcome by the countless otherworldly sights before them, but they quickly remembered their original objective.
いい？
Are you listening?
まず勘違いしないでほしいの。
First off, don't get the wrong idea.
あんたたちはベルンと戦いに来たわ。
You two came here to fight Byrne.
でもそれはベルンと直接戦って倒すとかそういう意味じゃないんだからね。
But that doesn't mean walking up to her and attacking her directly, okay?
わかってる。
We know.
そもそも
In the first place,
大ベアドリーチェと互角にあんたが戦えたのはゲーム版の上で互角なルールに守られて戦っていたからよ。
you were only able to fight the Great Beatrice on an even footing because the game board protected you with rules that made it that way.
ゲーム版を出れば
If you leave the game board,
あんたなんかバチンって叩かれて手のひらのシミになる程度の存在なんだからね。
you're more like something that'll leave a small stain on her palm when she swats you.
それを忘れるんじゃないわよ。
Don't forget that. Got it?
そうよね。
Makes sense.
ここはもう私たちの知るゲーム版じゃない。
This isn't the game board we're familiar with.
俺たちは戦いに来たんじゃない。
We didn't come here to fight.
取り戻しに来ただけだ。
We came here to take something back with us.
そういうこと。
Exactly.
一なる真実の書の公開を妨げること。
You're here to prevent the book of the single truth from being exposed to the public.
それだけが目的であんたたちの戦いなんだからね。
That's your only goal, your only fight.
そこを勘違いしちゃダメよ。
You better not be confused about that. Battler and Angie nodded to show their understanding.
一なる真実の書はパーティーのど真ん中に堂々と飾られてるから奪い返すのは不可能よ。
The book of the single truth itself is being displayed openly in the middle of the party, so stealing that'll be impossible.
でも式次第によると 鍵が入場してくることになってる。
However, bringing the key is going to be a big part of the ceremony.
ということは、鍵は別の場所に保管されているわけか。
Which means the key must be stored in a different place.
そこが無防備という保証はないけどね。
But there's no guarantee that it'll be undefended.
あとはあんたたちの運次第よ。
After that, it's all up to your luck.
せいぜい幸運を祈るのね。
I hope it's good, for your sakes.
隠れて。
Hide! Lambda Delta pulled her head back from around the corner of a bookshelf. The others hurriedly followed suit. In the distance, they saw emerald green lights floating about and leaving trails. Oh.
あれはベルンの使い魔の猫よ。
Those are Burns' cat familiars.
今日はあちこちを巡回して見張っているわ。
She's got them patrolling all over the place today.
私たちが来ることも読まれてる。
Did she guess that we would come?
違うわ。
No.
ここは広大だからね。
Don't forget how huge this place is.
迷子になるアンポンタンな来客を迷子センターにお連れするためのスタッフ猫よ。
Those are staff cats, out looking for idiot guests who've gotten lost so they can be taken to the lost children area.
俺たちが行きたいのは迷子センターじゃねえからな。
And that's not where we want to go at the moment.
見つかりそうになったらやる？
And if it looks like one's about to find us, should we take them out?
よした方がいいわ。
I'd advise against it.
よその領地やゲーム版ならともかく。
Maybe if this were some other territory game board.
ここはベルンのホームグラウンドよ。
But this is Burns' home base.
あの猫一匹で猛獣の群れに囲まれたくらいの危機感は持つことね。
That single cat should make you as scared as being surrounded by a crowd of vicious beasts.
しかも猫よ。
Plus, they're cats.
勘も鋭いし仲間も呼ぶわ。
They've got good senses, and they'll call for their friends.
蹴取られたらその時は覚悟しなさい。
If they spot you, you better be prepared for what happens next.
私も助けないからね。
I'm not going to save you.
あんたたちをここへ連れ込んだだけでかなり厄介。
Just getting you here has been troublesome enough.
私が降参すれば
If I surrender,
裸にひんむかれて最悪のゲロカスかけら巡り100年くらいで許してもらえるかも。
I might get off the hook with being stripped naked and thrown into the worst sort of crappy fragment for just a century.
素敵だわ。私にもベルンの気持ちがちょっとは理解できるようになるかもね。
How wonderful. I think I can sympathize with Burns' feelings a bit now. As an aside, this is definitely not where I thought the story would go when I was doing riddles. I know. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's bad or anything, but the last little section of this story is not basically what you had put it. Not where I thought we were kind of heading, if that makes sense. I don't know. It's interesting. It's not in a bad way. Lambda Delta wasn't laughing. Most likely, even this punishment she spoke of was pretty optimistic. Even if you had asked me like several streams ago, like, hey, pick a threesome that is going to go into and, you know, will take on, be the final challengers as a group, I would probably not have picked Battler, Angie, and Lambda Delta. Even though she keeps saying that she won't help anymore. She's already risking everything. Why?
決まってんでしょ。
Isn't it obvious? Lambda Delta brushed her hair back and grinned.
あんたたちが最高のハッピーエンドを見せてくれるからでしょうが。
It's because you're gonna show me the perfect happy ending. Look at this powerful threesome right here. Who would have guessed? Us. Lambda Delta hugged their heads at the same time, making their foreheads bonk together.
見せなさいよ。絶対。
You better show me, for certain. Yeah.
見せてやるぜ。
We'll certainly show you a happy ending.
ハッピーエンド。
We'll certainly show you a happy ending.
絶対に取り返す。
We'll certainly take this cat box back.
行くわよ。
Let's go.
こっちよ。静かに泳いで。
This way, and swim quietly. three of them swam out into the darkness of the deep ocean trench that was the City of Books. In that massive, vast trench of bookshelves, they vanished into the darkness almost immediately. The library defied the common sense of the human world. The City of Books. The word city was no exaggeration. And it was filled with the green, glowing eyes of Bernstell's countless cat familiars. Trying to count them would be almost as crazy as counting all the fish in the ocean. They formed schools that swam all over the place, on the lookout for any fools who might miraculously have managed to slip in and disturb their master's party. If Battler's group was found, the cats would report it instantly. They would probably form a pack, open their large mouths, and swallow them in a single gulp. There would be no fight. In this place, Battler's party would be swallowed like tiny fishes if they were discovered. The warships surrounding the Golden Land were well more than 100 strong. Each of them had dozens of cannons pointing at the door to the Golden Land. The goats that packed the decks of the ships numbered in the tens of thousands. Each one of them carried enough anti-magic toxin in their fangs to completely deny one of the game board pieces. This time, they would chew apart and eat away everything. The crowd of goats unleashed their rotten breath and dangling drool. At that time, Erika, who wanted to avoid trouble and hoped Beato would be able to convince Lambda Delta to surrender peacefully, was sitting alone, calmly enjoying the tea Renove had poured for her. Of course, even Erika wasn't planning to give them unlimited time. In her mind, she had already decided to allow them 3 yawns before stepping in. 3 yawns. That's funny. This actually isn't so bad. Getting to watch Beato try and convince everyone as they call her a coward and a loser. Indeed, it is impressive that our short-tempered mistress has managed to become such an adult. What's so funny? Oh, pardon me. Are you ready for another cup? Please, feel free to enjoy our collection of great teas from across the globe at your leisure. Lambda is leading Beato's side into an all-out resistance? And she's gathering her friends? Is this a joke? The messenger cat shook its head, then continued dispassionately meow its report. Meow, 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 meow. Even Lambda isn't that stupid. She should know what it means to have our as her enemy. Even as she said this, Bernstein was chewing away at her thumbnail. Despite how she looks, that kid has a lot of strange friends. And they're all idly curious, crazy monsters. Even so, to take up arms against the Senate. It was possible. She could think of many monsters among Lambda Delta's friends who would love to see a losing side gain support and make a comeback victory. Before she realized it, the fingernail Bernstein was biting was covered with sweat. Oh, Bernie's feeling the sweat. She could do it. She really is a moron sometimes, after all. Get me a phone, quickly! The cat leapt away, then flew back with a phone and receiver. I'm going to call up her friends. Oh no. Oh no, the friends will be like, what are you talking about? I have to warn them not to get involved in this stupid game. Phone numbers. Why don't I have any phone numbers saved in here?
ちゼロだもんね。
To be completely fair, it sounds a lot like it might be possible for that, Kinzo. True. Oh, right. I have no friends.
電話のお作法って最初はもしもしでよかったんだったかしら?
For the third time, I think, in this stream, I'm gonna say it. Bernie's just like me, for real, for real. I have no friends. How are you supposed to greet people over the phone? Does hello work? Meow. This is very silly. It continues to be silly. Maybe this is just, let's get out our silly moments before we have just a very epic, like, final battle, you know? That's what that's the energy that this feels like. This feels like, hey, we're gonna, you know, we gotta set it up, obviously. We gotta set up the climax to this whole thing. But also, let's get out our little sillies here while we can. The golden key was being kept in a room inside the City of Books. However, perhaps room wasn't a fitting word to use. It was large enough that you could probably fit 2 domed baseball stadiums in it if you tried. Even so, in this city, these are called rooms. Floating in the center of this vast room were several sacred magic circles. Wrapped around by these magic circles was Angie's gold key. Surrounding these were countless emerald green stars, which looked like a slowly revolving planetarium. The eyes that numbered the same as the stars were all glaring in the same direction. Come on, don't look at me like that. I'm on your side. Did you forget? One of the cats cat paddled towards Eva, meowing that no one was allowed to enter this room. Lady Bernkastel has ordered me to guard that key. So why don't you leave this to me and get lost? After looking at each other with suspicious eyes, cats glared at Eva again, as though saying that they hadn't heard any such order. By the way, cats have pretty soft bodies, don't they? Wow. Makes them much easier to chew. Eva lifted up her golden staff, and the floor and ceiling of the vast room were covered with red lines. The reaction from the cats was lightning fast. They realized instantly that this was hostile behavior. The entire emerald green constellation writhed and became a single massive deep sea fish, which charged at Eva with its cavernous mouth open wide. However, at the same time, red lines on the floor and ceiling, a massive spiderweb, pinched itself together and crushed the fish. Twisted it, spun it around and around, compressed it into the size of a small ball. Yeah, this is not PETA approved. Then, that ball-shaped thing burst open, leaving nothing left. It all happened in an instant. If only you just give up and die. Oh. The witch hunters were holding a convention in the event hall. After all, the music gets so distorted there at the end. It's very strange. After all, when Ishimi Eva's diary was opened, the endless cat box would be lost, along with the countless imagined stories that had entertained them for so long. So, this final convention was a time for them to air their best theories one last time. While the opening of the cat box did give them a slightly lonely feeling, it couldn't contain their excitement as intellectual rapists. Not when they knew that the Rokujima mystery was finally going to be solved once and for all. If that box were opened, a single girl would be hurt. However, their jaws and fangs couldn't care less. The witch-hunting goat nobles kept licking their lips, wanting to chew apart the guts of Beatrice's cat box as soon as they could. Seated upon a solemn throne so tall it looked like a pillar, Featherine listened in on the nonsense being spewed from the mouths of the goat nobles. A black cat wearing a cape silently appeared and whispered something into Featherine's ear. No, that is fine. Everything is going according to my plot. You need not inform my Miko. The cat bowed humbly and vanished. Featherine raised her wine glass high and laughed as she looked through it to the light of the chandelier, which was as beautiful and majestic as the moon. This should be enough to thank you for your excellent reading, child of man. Well now? Just who is weaving this tale? Am I for you? Or are you for me? What do you think? A trap? As Balor's group moved forward, darting from bookshelf to bookshelf and avoiding the eyes of the cats, they found something strange. Written with a faintly glowing red substance was a letter and an arrow. K. Arrow. Was that the message left? That's what it looked like to them. Do you think K means key? Those marks only appeared when we got close. This is a message aimed at us. Is there anyone here besides us who'd be willing to help? I didn't think we had any allies. Angie traced the red arrow with her finger. It was written with very faint, thin strings that had been tied together. This red stuff, which stuck to your finger and tore away like cotton candy had to be. There's someone on our side. Someone who's always been on my side. How can you be so sure? Yeah, I get it too now. Lambda? We can trust the person who wrote this. She'll probably be able to guide us to the key safely. Are you sure? Then let's go. We don't have time to be standing around. Thank you, Mom. In the arbor, the argument over whether they should surrender or fight continued without signs of stopping. Every now and then, a small fight would break out, which fortunately ended up delaying Erika's third yawn. However, they didn't know how long they would have to continue this fake fight. Keeping this high level of tension going was physically stressful. The instant they tired out and the tension faded, Erika would probably demand a verdict. They had to constantly appear to be trapped and agitated. It was a battle of weariness and tension. This was their fight. Erika waited patiently. Now that she had tired of tea, she was watching Renove perform some magic tricks. Alright, he's doing some parlor tricks. Here we go. And seemed to be enjoying herself considerably. Wow, she's into it. Even Renove, who was usually aloof from the world, was fighting. If Erika got bored and had a tantrum, an all-out attack would probably begin at once. He was also putting his life on the line in the fight to buy time for Battler's group. Yes, it truly is. As the fiercest leader of the argument, Beato wore out the quickest. She She breathed heavily, and her face was so pale it seemed she might faint at any moment.
ベアト、しっかり。
Beato, hang in there.
そのテンションを続けてたら体力が続かない。
Your body won't hold up much longer at this rate.
急に泣き出したふりをしてしばらく休んで。
Pretend to suddenly burst into tears and rest for a while.
その間を私たちがつなぐわ。
We'll pick up the slack.
まだ大丈夫であるとも。
I'm still fine.
やるぞ。もう一度大きく騒ごうではないか。
I can do this. Just one more push.
行くぞ。
Let's go.
さあ誰から行く？一番槍の欲しいものは。
So who's next? Who wants to be beaten down first?
ではゴーダ、参ります。
In that case, I, Goda, am prepared.
ここは戦うべきです。
We must fight.
戦わずして敗北を受け入れることなど言語道断です。
It would be outrageous to accept defeat without fighting.
私は最初からここは戦い抜くべきだと申し上げております。
As I've said from the beginning, fighting with all we have is the only option.
ちょっと待ってください。
Hold on a second. Erika suddenly rose from her chair. Uh-oh. Renova tried to coax her back into her seat, but Erika's attention was completely focused on those arguing under the arbor.
私は探偵です。
I am the detective.
聞いたことは録音するかのように記憶できます。
Oh no. Did she strike what Goda just said? Because I didn't say it when it happened, but Goda changed the story, right? If that, I swear to God, Goda, if you have ruined everything, I will destroy you. So, I'm sending, if this is true, I'm sending Goda not only if like my metaphorical like character tier list. I'm not sending him to F. He is off the list. He's in the shadow realm, honestly. He's just gone. He's just wiped. Jesus Christ. And honestly, Ryukishi doing Goda so dirty here. Honestly, if that, again, maybe I'm jumping the gun, but if that's the case, man, they were like, all right, we need a character to slip up here. Who are we going to assign this to? And they fucking pick Goda because he's the fuck up. Anyway, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. My memory of what I hear is as good as a recording.
それは無論知っているとも。
We are aware of that, of course.
そなたは優秀な探偵でもあるからな。
What is Beatrice yelling this from across the courtyard? We are aware of that, of course. You're quite an excellent detective, after all.
あんたに興味ありません。
I'm not interested in you.
ゴーダさん、
Goda-san,
私の質問に答えてください。
I have one question for you.
はい。
Yes, ma'am.
私めが何かご無礼をいたしましたでしょうか。
Have I done something to cause offense?
ちょっとお待ちください。
Hold on.
戦いを望まぬ者がいることもお忘れなく。
Don't forget that some of us are opposed to fighting.
私は降参が良いかと思います。
I think we should surrender.
私がここに訪れて一番最初に聞いたあなたの発言です。
Those were the first words I heard from you when I arrived here.
ですが今、あなたはこうおっしゃいました。
However, you just said this.
ここは戦うべきです。
We must fight.
戦わずして敗北を受け入れることなど言語道断です。
It would be outrageous to accept defeat without fighting. Now, here's the biggest problem is, okay, she caught him in double speak, basically, saying both things, both sides of the argument. If you had to, if this happened and someone slipped up, such as, like, as we see, Beatrice, or, I don't fucking know, Eva, or, hell, Natsui, almost anyone other than Goda, I think they would be quick enough and have the improvisation skills enough to, like, come up with something to say to Erika here, it's only Goda that not only would make the mistake, but also not be quick enough to come up with a reason why he misspoke or something here. I bet Nanjo would, yeah, sure. I mean, at the very least, Nanjo would have more of a chance. And that's really saying something. But yeah, I don't think Nanjo would make the mistake in the first place is the thing. Like, I hope everyone, without breaking character, I hope everyone's, like, giving Goda here just the scornful eyes. As I've said from the beginning, fighting with all we have is the only option. That's what you said. Well, did I say that? It is hardly strange for an opinion to change in the course of a discussion. Indeed. All of us have been feeling doubts about our position lately, so an occasional change of opinion wouldn't be... No. From beginning to end, no one has changed their opinion in this argument. Just now, Goda-san alone flipped his position 180 degrees. They're so fucked. It's so Jover. Furthermore, I can't imagine that any of the statements made by the rest of you are sufficient to make Goda-san switch his position. An uncomfortable, moist, wind blew by. Everyone was silent, frozen as though time had stopped. In that silence, Erika continued with a blank expression. This can lead us to two conclusions. First, maybe that Goda-san has no opinion, and is just a loser who will say anything that goes with the flow. He's like, yes, that one, yeah, that one. Second, it may be that none of you has an opinion, and that this entire argument exists only for its own sake. Aren't you overthinking this a bit? Here we are, in a desperate debate that'll decide our fate. I hardly think it is strange that some people would act abnormally under such pressure. The only reason for prolonging a meaningless argument is to buy time. Do you have anything to gain by buying time? Is it because Lady Lambda Delta's reinforcements will come? That can't be true either. After all, for some time now. Oh, shit. I have heard all of you speak to Lady Lambda Delta in battle occasionally, but not once have I heard them reply. No, like I said, when Goda said that statement, in my head, I didn't say it out loud, unfortunately, but immediately I was like, wait a sec. Why is he changing? It seemed way too obvious, where I was just like, ah, Taking all of this into account, we are left with only one conclusion. That Lady Lambda Delta and Battler are not here now. And that these people have won Lady Lambda Delta's assistance, with Lady Lambda Delta and Battler probably plan to sneak into the City of Books. In which case, their goal is probably to steal back the Golden Key and Angie. And your plan was to act as bait and buy time until their mission was complete. But because of Goda-san's single, poorly chosen line, this level of reasoning is possible for Furuto Erika. What do you think, everyone? With a blank, yet ruthless expression, Erika spoke these words and returned to her seat. Everyone else was frozen, unable to move. No one spoke. However, time was moving. As evidence, a bead of sweat dripped down someone's cheek, fell, and hit the table with a tiny, yet audible splat. Oh! Then, frozen time shattered, and in the same instant, the white chair Erika had been sitting in broke apart. The stakes of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory and the high-velocity rounds from the Chester Sisters' court hit the chair at exactly the same time. In a few moments after that, the Erika sitting in the chair faded and vanished. After image! Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Shit. Oh my god, it's happening. She's fast. Kill her! Oh my god. She's got a pirate hat and a scythe. She's not afraid to use either. In an instant, Erika had moved to a spot behind the chair. Her expression remained as blank as it had been before. However, there was now something in her hand that hadn't been there. As the 7 lightning strikes of the 7 sisters raced at her once more, she batted all of them away with her scythe. That was one hell of a farce. But the tea was good. Thanks for the meal. Well now, seems that you've all been in agreement since the start. Allow me to ask for your answer once again. Erika lifted her head. The one, or hand, not head, hand. The one that wasn't holding the scythe. Very well. Allow me to answer. This golden land belongs to me, to all of us. If you enter with your shoes on, we'll give you a proper welcome. In other words, to put it elegantly, all cannons, prepare to fire. Target, the Golden Land. Wash your face in miso soup! Shoot 'em dead! Yes, thank you. See you around. Oh, I cut her off maybe on accident. I got too excited. Meow. Burn Crystal set down the receiver and crossed out yet another name on a list of Lambda Delta's notable friends. Something was wrong. Not a single person she called had heard anything from Lambda Delta. They weren't just playing dumb. They really knew nothing about the strange ruckus Lambda Delta was trying to stir up. Even Bernstill was starting to suspect that something was fishy. Then, a black cat leapt in and meowed. A frantic report. Lambda and Battler aren't in the Golden Land? She tore the phone receiver from its stand. The number she dialed was short. It was probably an internal line. However, after listening to it ring several times, she slammed the receiver down again, finally managing to break the phone. Gather all the cats who aren't busy. This is an emergency.
警護にやった猫たちが誰も応答しない。
Cats I had guarding the key aren't responding.
ラムダー
Lamb duck! Bernstein, overwhelmed with emotion, kicked the table over. Then, the room finally grew bright. It was like green sunlight. A bright green light waved about, giving the illusion that the green sun was rising and lighting the room up. It was a sign that Bernstein's army had been given an emergency summons.
さあおいで子猫たち。
Come, my kitties.
魔女狩りの時間よ。
It's time for a witch hunt.
あの子はキャンディーの匂いがするからね。すぐに見つけられるわ。
That kid always smells like candy, so you'll find her pretty fast.
最初に見つけた猫には人の姿と魔女の称号をあげるわ。
The first cat who finds her gets a human form and a witch's title. What was now an emerald green nebula let out a roar of delight that shook the bookshelf cliff.
何かが追ってくるわ。
Something's chasing us.
なんだあれは。
What is that?
緑。
A green sun?
隠れて。
Hide!
バレたのよ。
They know! The three of them frantically hid behind a bookshelf. The room with the key in it was straight ahead. They could see something glinting faintly in the darkness of that room. It was a glint different from anything else they had seen so far in the city. The color of the glint was gold. They had almost reached the golden land, or golden key. However, if they went towards it, Bernstein would be right behind them, along with her vast swarm of familiars. In other words, they were trapped in a dead end. They already knew that the emerald green color came from the eyes of the familiars. However, it was almost beyond comprehension that this undulating green sun could be the same thing. And they could do nothing except stare in wide-eyed shock. Countless cats were passing through the ravine of bookshelves, from the very top to the very bottom. As they approached, they painstakingly checked the gaps between each book. However, even this mind-numbingly huge task was accomplished swiftly, thanks to the sheer number of familiars. With the speed of a gust of wind, they carefully checked every nook and cranny. There was no way to hide from this green sun. That would have been as foolish as trying to hide from water on a sinking ship.
やり過ごせるの？
Will we be able to hide until they pass us?
無理だ。
No.
あれじゃどこに隠れても見つかれ。
At this rate, we'll be found no matter where we go. Valor was just about to leap out from the shadows, but Lamdelta grabbed him by the collar an instant before.
戦う気？
Are you thinking of fighting?
違う。ここに留まっても見つかるだけだ。
No. But we'll be found if we just stand here.
なら前へ進むしかない。
So we have to move forward.
一刻も早く鍵にたどり着くんだ。
We need to reach the key as soon as possible.
鍵を守る猫がいないわけないでしょ。
You really think there won't be cats guarding the key?
私たちは挟み撃ちにされたのよ。
We'll just be pinched between them.
私はエヴァおばさんを信じる。
I believe in Aunt Eva.
おばさんが私たちをここまで導いてくれた。
She's the one who guided us this far.
きっとおばさんは見張りの猫たちもやっつけてくれているはずよ。
I'm sure she took care of the guard cats too.
俺も同感だ。
I agree.
ここにいて見つかるくらいなら、一刻も早くあそこにたどり着いて鍵を取り返そう。
If we're going to be found anyway, let's try and get there as fast as possible and grab the key.
鍵さえ取り返せれば、もう誰もあの本を開くことはできない。
Honestly, shout out Eva Beatrice. Not a full shout out though. I'll give a half shout out to Eva Beatrice. If we could just do that, no one will be able to open the book.
あそこにたどり着いて鍵を手に入れて。
So, you'll rush in there and grab the key?
それで？
And then what?
あそこ袋小路よ。
That place is a dead end, right?
逃げ場ないのよ。わかってる？
You realize there'll be nowhere to run, don't you?
それはわかってるけど。
We know that, but
鍵は切り札になる。
the key will be our trump card.
ベルンカステルにだって鍵は重要なんだ。
It's vitally important to Bernstein too.
一か八かな。 鍵をカードに何かの交渉ができるかもしれない。
If worst comes to worst, we might be able to use the key as a bargaining chip. Let me see. As an aside, I don't remember if they say it explicitly, but I'm sure that she's where the second bell or invitation came from. Well, if it's never said, then explicitly, I guess that's a pretty fair guess, at the very least. That they, now that we see that, okay, you know, Angie's pretty sure, you know, Eva... It's all but confirmed that Eva, we've seen directly the scene of Eva Beatrice taking care of the cat guards. Most likely left that little key with the K with the arrow, you know. It's not that far of a stretch to say that she also somehow supplied a second bell to them. Let me see, did I read this? If worst comes worst, we might be able to use a key as a bargaining chip. Bargain with Burn? You're insane. But if we hide here, we'll definitely be found. In that case, I'll take a bet on that billion to one chance. We'll get the key and have that be our trump card. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. So, you're praying for a miracle to win against the Witch of Miracles? Picking a winner out of astronomically bad odds. That's the Ishimiya family's magic. You know what? Upgrade the half shout out to a full shout out. A full shout out to Eva Beatrice, then. I've got good eyesight, so let me enlighten you. Can you see those magic circles around the golden key? That's a simple barrier, but a pretty strong one. It'll break if you just touch it. But it's the sort of annoying seal that'll take exactly 1 hour to fade, whether a great witch or a lowly human does it. It's still over an hour before the ceremony begins. In other words, we won't even be able to touch the key unless we can buy time for a whole hour. When Aunt Eva took out the guard cats, she must have broken the magic seal too. It probably won't take an hour. As far as I can see, the magic circle is still intact. Sorry to say it, but even if Eva did touch it, it was less than an hour ago. Well, what's an hour? At least we know we can grab it if we manage to stick around that long. Yeah. Sure, let's play tag for an hour. I'm used to getting chased around by thugs. You two really are out of your minds. You're really planning to play tag against Burn and all her cats? If there's even a 1% chance. You can be certain that we'll grab it. The difference in enthusiasm between the siblings, who had everything to lose, and Lambda Delta was immense. However, Lambda Delta was no coward. She was a great witch of the Senate. If she surrendered, she wouldn't be able to escape severe punishment, but she would be forgiven after a few hundred years. Why would she, after being thrown into a stormy sea while clutching a buoy that could save only her, decide to throw that buoy away? No living person could be as determined as those siblings, who were already fighting for their lives. No one could blame Lambda. You two really are stupid, you know that? Well, why don't I tell you about a plan that's got a bit more than a 1% chance of working? How does that sound? The two siblings looked at each other. However, they both thought that any plan would be worth listening to, even if it only raised their chances by 0.00001% chance. A sacrifice. Burn is a cat. She'll chase fleeing prey. She'll chase fleeing prey, but she'll also kill prey that doesn't flee. And only after toying with it first. Cats are terrible people. That's a funny line. Still, if that's true, it'll be worth betting on. Let's have one sacrifice. We'll decide with rock, paper, scissors. Whoever loses has to go taunt burn, then get laughed at and killed, all to buy us as much time as possible. Does that work for you? No need for rock, paper, scissors. I'll do it. You two go on to the key room. Unsurprising. No way, Oni-chan. I'll do it. This is all my responsibility. I was the one who listened to Burn Castile and trusted her. So, I've got a thing or two to say to her. Both Battler and Angie decided to be the sacrifice and wouldn't listen to the other. See? You need rock, paper, scissors to decide, right? If you don't act quickly, we won't even have a chance to use this plan. They'll be here any moment. Okay. Either Angie or I will be the sacrifice. Lambda Delta, you'll take whoever's left, steal the key, and take them back to the Golden Land. I won't let you do it. Oni-chan. Quit joking around. You've got to let me act like a big brother at least once in a while. There's no time. Rock, paper, scissors, single round. I'm super paper, so of course we'll start with that. Got it, you two? Fine. No regrets, okay? 3, 2, 1, paper! It really was a stupid kid's game of rock, paper, scissors. Since it promised to start with paper, this was a chance to make a surprise attack and use something else. However, both Battler and Angie chose rock. And yet, it wasn't a tie. Because in addition to those two rocks, was one person who chose scissors. After staring stupidly at their fists and those scissors, they looked at her. No way! Bruh. Okay. Dang. We were supposed to start with paper, so I figured I'd use scissors and beat you both. I guess paper should have stuck with paper. There had been no reason for Lambda Delta to join in on the game. This wasn't the time for a joke like that. Battler and Angie, each trying to lose, chose rock. Lambda Delta alone chose scissors. Don't tell me you intentionally...
お前に死なれたら俺たちは黄金鏡に帰れないだろうが。
If you die, we can't even get back to the Golden Land.
こんなの無効だ。
It doesn't count.
ほら、これで大丈夫でしょ。
Well then, you can just use this. When Lambda Delta made a clenched fist, a palely glowing fragment appeared there. She gave it to the pair of them. Battler had seen one of these before. It was a magic fragment, like the one Erika had used before disappearing, which would allow one to cross the sea of fragments.
それがあれば、二人とも黄金鏡に帰れるわ。
With that, you'll be able to return to the Golden Land.
それに、これが一番の人選なのよ。
And anyway, I'm the best person for the job.
あんたたちじゃ、ベルン相手に数秒と持たないだろうし。
You two probably wouldn't last a handful of seconds against Burn.
私なら、1時間どころか、ひょっとしたら勝っちゃうかもね。
If it's me, not only will an hour be no problem, but who knows? I might even win.
あの子には借りがあるし。
And I owe her one.
今度は私の勝ちってことにして、イーブンにしないと。
I've got to make this my victory, and even the score.
アウェイは辛いわね。
Still, away games are such a pain. Lambda Delta pretended to complain as she stood up straight.
じゃあ、行ってくるわ。
Anyway, see you in a bit.
私目立ちたがり屋だから、やっぱ感激者は無理だったわ。
Guess a show-off like me couldn't stick to being a spectator after all.
ごめんね、出番を奪っちゃって。
Sorry for stealing your time to shine.
あんたたちのゲーム、最後まで感激できないのは残念だけど。
It's sad that I won't be able to watch your game until the end.
もう筋書きは教えてもらえたから見る必要もないわ。
But I've already been shown the script, so I'm not missing anything.
ラムだ。
Lambda. Then, with her with her broadest smile and a wink.
あんたたちのハッピーエンド。
This is your happy ending.
もう先が読めちゃったから、見なくても分かっちゃうわ。
I've already figured out what happens next, so there's no need to watch.
じゃあね、また会いましょうね。
I'll see the two of you again.
あんたたちのハッピーエンドのクレジットロールでね。
In the credit roll of your happy ending, that is.
待って。
Oh, wait. Lambda Delta snapped her fingers, and the two of them turned into compito, however it was said, candies. She picked them up, took aim at the glint of the golden key, and flicked them away. That way, they should be able to reach the key without Burn still noticing. True. True. She's full of surprises. Dang, what terrible luck. What were the odds of them both playing a rock against my scissors? Yeah, I know. It wasn't nice of me to test you like that. Sorry, you two. And then, Lambda Delta's body was lit up by an emerald green light. Uh-oh. When she turned around, the cat's eyes and Lambda Delta's met. Lambda Delta grinned and waved. There was a fierce roar and several bright flashes. What in the... A chain of explosions flashed by one after another, enveloping Burn Castell and her pack of familiars in an instant. They were multicolored fireworks. Or rather, multicolored candy that burst with a flash and scattered everywhere. Countless stick candies, sugar sculptures, cookies, and tarts flew in every direction. It's cats versus candies. And each one of those split and exploded into hundreds of candies. Each of which exploded again into a cloud of compito. Candy! However, these sweets weren't sweet. The compito was heavier than lead, harder than steel, and sharper than any blade. As a colorful cloud exploded outward, it blasted the entire pack of cats into little bits. The emerald green glints were scattered everywhere and sparkled like the night sky, and among them danced a cloud of pretty candies that looked like they'd go well on a Christmas tree. It was sufficiently outrageous and beautiful and cute to mark the great witch Lady Lambda Delta's appearance on the scene. Oh, if it isn't Lambda. I was hoping to meet you in the party hall. I love you, Burn.
愛をささやくなら二人きりの方が素敵でしょ。
Isn't whispering of our love all the better if we're alone?
それはあんたの両手両足を脱いだ後にゆっくりと聞かせてちょうだい。
I'll be happy to hear it after I've plucked off all your limbs. With a jerk of her chin, Burn ordered her familiars to attack.
私の愛しい愛しいたった一人の友人よ。
This, my dearly beloved, and my only friend in the world.
両腕の肘から先、両足の膝より先。
Oh, this is my dearly beloved. Her arms from the elbow down, her legs from the knees down.
自由に食いちぎって構わないわ。
You can chew those up however you please,
それ以外に傷一つ許さないわよ。
but not a scratch anywhere else on her. Oh my god, it's a Venus flytrap. The crowd of cats undulated again, reformed into a single mass, and became the emerald green leviathan that would swallow up any poor victims who snuck into the city of books. It was shaped like an impossibly vast whale. Sure. However, would it look like a whale from Lambda's perspective? She probably couldn't see anything except an immense mouth about to swallow up everything. Oh, okay, a fin. I guess that makes... I was like trying to see it. Like, I get the mouth part, obviously. I was like, okay, whale-ish. I was like, what? Is this supposed to be like a weird... Okay, a fin. A fin makes sense. Okay. I guess it makes a ton of sense. I just wasn't thinking that. She probably couldn't see anything except an immense mouth about to swallow up everything.
素敵。
Ah, simply wonderful.
私をベルンの愛で飲み込んでくれるのね。
I'm about to be overwhelmed by Burn's love, aren't I?
愛してる。
Yeah, that's the thing. I immediately saw Venus flytrap coming towards Lambda. I do love you, Lambda.
あんたの手足をもいだら、お尻から鉄串で貫いて、
Jesus.
私のベッドに飾ってあげる。
Once your limbs are gone, I'll skewer you through your butt and hang you by my bed.
そして毎朝目覚めのキスを、そして毎夜お休みのキスをしてあげるよ。
Every morning, I'll give you a good morning kiss, and every evening, I'll kiss you goodnight.
本当に素敵。
Sounds great.
じゃあ私もあなたを愛で包んであげる。
Then I'd better wrap you up in my love, too. However, Lambda Delta's war cry was swallowed up by the glowing, writhing Leviathan in a single bite. Laugh, 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 laugh.
ああ、素敵よ、ラムダ。
Yes, you are wonderful, Lambda.
あんたのその向こう水で命知らずでほんのりパーなところが大好きだわ。
I love that empty-headed way you just do things without looking ahead or worrying about your own life.
風。
Wind? At the same instant, Lambda Delta was swallowed, and Burn still was sure of her victory. The latter felt a slight breeze playing with her hair. The countless sweets that Lambda Delta had sent flying like fireworks, and which drifted about like the decorations at a Christmas party, were flowing. No, they were converging on a single point. It was like watching a firework run backwards. Countless sweets rapidly contracted around the vast, closed mouth of the Leviathan. A gigantic reverse explosion concentrated on a point inside it. Or perhaps it was more like countless candies showering the Leviathan from all directions like bullets. Inside that mass of green was a black swirl. That swirl was on a palm. On the palm of Lambda Delta, who wore a defiant smile. Oh my god. She's gonna do a fucking a dark magic ball attack. It was a mass of supergravity. All of the sweets, the cats, the whale, and everything else was being sucked into that one point and crunched. Oh my god, she's so powerful.
I'll
I'll hold you tight. Get over here, Burn. Oh my god. You're trying to suck me in? She's getting sucked. All of the candies Lambda Delta had scattered were getting sucked back into the black hole on her palm at unbelievable speeds. This is insane. The reverse explosion of the oncoming candy whittled away at the Leviathan, crushing it inwards. Lamb! Come on, let me give you a hug. With all of her strength, Burnt Costello held her ground in midair, trying to resist the supergravity. For the first time, all trace of condensation. Condescension. For some reason, my brain kept wanting to, like, I knew it wasn't condensation, but my brain kept wanting to say condensation. This is why the 7 hours. All right, for the first time, all trace of condescension had left her face. Jesus. Even Lambda Delta's cocky expression was marred by the sweat trailing from her forehead. I can barely read. I'm learning how to read with Umineko. Because her power was so overwhelming, any victory would have to be instantaneous. If either relaxed in the slightest, they would match each other's strengths and get dragged into another dizzyingly long fight that could last for centuries. Neither of them had any desire to go through that again. So, neither of them showed the slightest mercy for their most beloved friend. By now, the Leviathan had been completely crushed and compressed inside the black hole. Burnt Costello was the only one still holding her ground. However, a windstorm of candy asteroids, like the asteroid belt, repeatedly slammed into Burnt Costello, wearing away at her girl's form, bit by bit. I've got to get away, or I'll really... The thing flying into Burnt Costello's range of vision was a comet pelting straight for her, with a massive present box at its core and a cloud of candy surrounding it. Lambda! Whoa! The candy comet wiped out Burnt Costello along with her scream. It burst into little bits, and within a blink of an eye, it was sucked back into a hole of supergravity. Once it was all gathered into one place like a gem, it began to spin rapidly. It was flattened by the centrifugal force, turning into something whose shape resembled a galaxy. After swallowing all the cats and their master, it now looked like a wiggling, flickering, emerald green galaxy that floated just above Lambda Delta's palm. The pocket of supergravity kept compressing it further and further, until, at the end, it became a single green, shining compito. Look at that thing. Then it fell down onto her outstretched palm. She's gonna eat it. Put Burn in your mouth. Just eat that shit. Sorry, Burn. I wanted to play with you always, so I've always taken it easy and pretended to be in a pinch. Damn, Lambda Delta far out superior to Bernie powers. Lambda Delta held the cone peto above her head and peered at it. But the truth is, I'm just impossibly strong. Sorry about that. Then she pressed the cone peto to her pink lips, gave it a light kiss, and bit down. Oh god. Eat Burn. Eat Pant. This doesn't taste like Burn. Lambda Delta licked her fingertips, then turned to face the empty air behind her.
知ってたわ。
Oh no, she did the substitution jutsu. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. The fucking Uno reverse card. Oh shit. I already knew.
愛しいラム
My beloved Lambda.
愛してるわベル。
Ah. I love you, Burn.
嘘。
Liar.
あんたがいつだって私に本気じゃないって知ってたわ。
I knew that you never took me seriously.
じゃあ
In that case,
本当に愛し合いましょうよ。
let's love each other for real.
お互い本気で。
Both of us. Seriously.
ああ、愛してるわラムダデル
Ah, I do love you, Lambda Delta.
タ。嬉しいわ。本当に嬉しいわ。
I'm happy. So happy.
愛してるわベルンカステル。
Ah, I do love you, Burn Castell.
あなたを飴玉に変えて永遠に私の舌の上で可愛がってあげる。
I'll turn you into candy and cuddle you with my tongue forever.
どちらが勝っても私たちは愛し合えるのね。
No matter who wins, our love will never fade. Giggle, giggle, aha, 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 aha.
それって本当に素敵だわ。
That's
それって本当に素敵。
That's wonderful. Just wonderful.
さ
Okay,
あ愛し合いましょうよ。
let's love each other right now. With a crash, crack lines appeared across the sky of the Golden Land. Jesus. Then, finally, the barrier of the Golden Land was breached by the fleet's assault. It was a bizarre scene, more ridiculous than anything anyone had imagined. The sky of the Golden Land shattered like glass, and a fleet of sailboats flew in one after another. They were crowded with goats, pushing each other and spilling off the sides.
さあ始めましょう。
Come, let us begin.
黄金鏡の最後の宴を。
This is the Golden Land's final banquet. A banquet. It wasn't some fancy metaphor, but a simple statement of fact. The overwhelming surge of goat troops came in like a tsunami. The residents of the Golden Land who stood defiantly were like a forgotten sandcastle on a beach. A fight between a wave and a sandcastle is not a fight. This was a banquet for the oncoming Vikings at a stand-up meal. The voracious, merciless goats. Gun.
ぜひもなし。
Magic blade. Magic blade. Gun that we were told has bad shots. The gun that we were told shoots kind of poorly. I digress. There's no way around it.
ぶち殺せ。
Fire!
グッド。
Good.
さあヤギたち、形あるものに破壊を、動くものに静寂を。
Come, goats. Bring destruction to all that is form, stillness to all that moves.
生けるものに絶望を。
Despair to all who live! All those who could use magic fired it off at once. With a shout like a thunderclap, the goat tsunami rushed forward. Everything collided at once, and there was a brilliant and terrible explosion. Sparks and smoke, flying splinters and screams. For just an instant, the fierce magical cannonballs fired by Beato, Virgilia, and the Chiester sisters' corpse seemed to halt the goat tsunami in its tracks. However, their numbers were so great that they didn't even flinch. The goat wave continued to walk over the corpses that had been blasted away, or which had fallen to their knees in weariness. The mound of corpses piled up, and still more goats were shot down as they tried to cross it. So that, in a few seconds, it really was tall enough to be a tsunami. Pitiful.
あなたが築き上げてきた黄金鏡など浜辺に子供が残した砂の城に過ぎない。
This golden land you built is nothing more than a sandcastle some kid left on a beach.
飲み込まれて消えてしまえ。
Be swallowed up and disappear!
ならばそなたは岸壁に打ち寄せる無力なさざ波を思うがいい。
Perhaps you should should liken it to ripples beating meaninglessly against a wharf.
波に飲まれる砂の城。
A sandcastle getting swallowed by a wave?
飲んでみろよ。わらわの城よ。
Just you try swallowing my castle. Byato lifted her hands, telling the pair of battle towers that had been hidden deep in the ground that the day of glory had come again. Not the fucking weird ass ground towers again. The goat tsunami looked up at it in shock. Oh, speaking of several hours ago now at this point, seeing the scene of Virgilia versus Beatrice was one of the scenes that I watched done with the pachinko machine. Kind of cool. It is very interesting to see. I guess you could make the argument that then I should have like watched, I could maybe watch like scenes from the anime and maybe they animate certain, sections. But it was very interesting to at least see like some scenes get like in motion, such as that. The goat tsunami looked up at it in shock. After all, this time the tsunami that towered over everything wasn't them. Fire! A thunderstorm of rapid-fire ballista rounds leapt from the battle tower gun ports. The goats let out a confused scream at the furious tempest that was bearing down on them. However, they saw something else too. Oh, the Virgilia blade. However, I remember that. In the sky, high above the tower, was a reaper astride a divine horse and backdropped by the moon. A massive spear the size of a tower in its hand. The great witch sitting on the horse by the reaper spoke. Welcome back. This world does not belong to you. Do it, teacher! The heavenly spear pierced the ground. Also, I wasn't even necessarily trying to allude to it, but this is fun that we come back to the moment where it was Virgilia versus Beatrice, and now they're using the same battle tactics against a wave of demon goats. For an instant, it looked like some divine tower was sticking out of the ground. However, that was the very last thing those eyes ever saw. The sacred spear was the embodiment of heaven's wrath, and the strength to bury an unclean city in a single stroke was unleashed upon the pack of goats. With a massive explosion that resembled a volcanic eruption, goats were sent flying all over the place. Not bad. I guess there really are witches. Meanwhile, all the humans are just going bang, bang. I don't know, probably from a distance. Bang. Shooting as best they can or whatever. But is it enough? The enemies keep on coming. It looks like we'll be the ones swallowed up after all. Goda still pissing his pants from the time he fucked up, causing all this. But yeah, you're right, Nanjo, not probably offering much help. At least you two seem to be enjoying yourselves. Ginzo making his creepy eyes. What?
祭りは楽しまねば損ということだ。
How could one fail to enjoy such a festival?
どうやら我らの出番がなくなるということはなさそうだぞ。
It seems our time in the limelight shall not be stolen from us after all.
みてえだな。
Looks like it.
燃えてきたぜ。
I'm all fired up. Yes. The crowd of goats truly was like a wave pressing in from the sea. You might be able to split a ripple on the beach with your feet, but you can't split the sea. Let me see. If you remember in episode 4 when Kraus and Kyrie kicked a goat and then Nandra just said some goofy comedy one-liner, I vaguely do remember that, yeah. Witches could. However, that meant the other side also had someone who could split seas. Suddenly, smoke poured from one of the two towers, and the ground shook as it crumbled. Oh my god. What the hell happened?
あそこよ。
Over there,
もう一方の塔の上。
on top of the other tower.
エリカ。
Erika!
そうだよな。今度はそなたの番であるよな。
But of course, it is your turn now, is it not? At the top of the other battle tower, Erika stood gracefully, wielding her scythe.
これで黄金鏡の魔女たちへの敬意には十分でしょ。
I'd say that's enough to show the witches of the Golden Land proper respect.
魔法などすべてまやかし。
All magic is fake.
ミステリーに飲み込まれて必ず消えるファンタジーの砂の城。
It's just a fantasy sandcastle that'll always vanish when mystery swallows it up.
楽しかったですよ。魔法ごっこ。
Playing witches was pretty fun, though.
なんだか幼かった頃、近所のお姉ちゃんたちとこんな遊びをした気がします。
Damn. I think I remember playing something like this with some older girls from the neighborhood when I was younger.
だからもうこれでおしまいにしましょう。
So, let's bring this to an end.
ここからはあんたたちが絶叫を聞かせてくれる番です。
Now it's time to hear you scream. Erika threw that pretentious pirate hat she had been wearing this whole time into the sky. With the moon behind it, Erika's form, her afterimage, vanished from the tower's peak.
どこに？
Where is she?
レーダー捕捉してます。
We have her on radar.
戦闘壁面。
She's on the side of the tower. Holy shit, what is this? Erika is going ham. Jesus. Alright, shaking with a wild, joyous laughter, Erika dashed straight down the tower. She swung her scythe like a baton, and as she passed along the tower's wall, its gun ports, walls, pillars, and everything else was crushed, leaving a trail of smoke. So, from the sidelines, it looked as though a line of smoke suddenly split the tower from top to bottom. At least she's self-aware that was pretentious. Hey, I was starting to get into the hat, honestly. I thought it was funny. You know, it's always funny wearing a hat. The golden arrows of the Jester Sister Corps chased after Erika like golden threads in a sewing machine. You monster! Get yourself sewed and embroidered, nya! Good. She hit them with the triple good. Oh, you know Erika's having a great time when that comes out. Even the golden arrows couldn't catch up with Erika. Finally, Erika reached the bottom of the battle tower and empty cartridges were ejected from the golden bows. Burst, useless tower. Isn't that the phrase? Erika, who had now landed on the ground, slowly stood up and tapped the tower behind her with the handle of her scythe. That tiny tap cut the final string that held the tower together, and the whole thing fell in on itself with an earth-shattering crash. Once again, the dark tsunami rumbled forward through the rubble and smoke. I am Furudo Erika, Witch of Truth. This moment marks the dismantling of the Golden Land by the truth. Dust to dust, illusions to illusions. I'll end your daydream for you. Come, try and remember, ghosts. Wait, did I read? I'll end your daydream for you. Come, try and remember, ghosts. Remember how you died so long ago. The goat tsunami swallowed everything up. When she saw them sink under the Black Sea of Goats, Erika guffawed from atop the debris of the tower. Come on now, kill them, massacre them all. Cut off all their heads and stick them on spears. Ghosts of 1986, time's come for the whirlpool of truth to swallow you whole and erase you. So long. Damn. Oh, I'm sweaty. Oh, Jesus. No, no more spoilers. Do I plan to stop? Yeah. We can call it a night there. I wouldn't want to go another. God, this whimsical music all of a sudden. How exciting. This is a climax city. Clearly. Let me see. I think if you go a bit long, maybe not even that long, you finish this on Saturday. Holy shit! That would be a thing, wouldn't it? I think I'm ready for it. I don't even mind starting slightly early on Saturday, you know? I'll say it now. I'm calling it now. And I know it's the official, it's the one true official meme of this channel. Saturday, finale of Umineko. That's right. I'm calling it. We'll start even a bit early on Saturday if we must. We'll go late if we must. We're finishing episode 8, and therefore Umineko proper, the series, on Saturday. I'm pretty sure this archived video will go up on Friday morning. So, if you're, for whatever reason, again, just throwing it out there, if you're like a VOD watcher and you want to see the finale live, you have basically 24 plus some hours to see this section and then be like, hey, on Saturday, I want to see the live finale. You can be there. You can be here. Not there. Here. Well, it makes sense for there. If I say there for the VOD watchers, there. Here. On Twitch. If you so care to. If not, then that's fine. Just whatever. But if you want to, I'm pretty sure this goes up on Friday. You have Saturday. We'll do one stream on Saturday. I'll start a bit earlier. I'll start... When did I start this one? This was like 7.5 hours. I'll probably start like around the same time I started today's stream. Like 4. If I start at like 4 and I just do Umineko, you're saying you think I'd finish? I'd be willing to go late if I had to. I just would much rather finish Umineko. It feels right to finish it on a Saturday night. It just does. It just feels a lot better. I was hoping we'd get her with a... Or not her. Why was I clicking? Bernie. I was hoping like you would see the hat appear. Kind of like how you could sometimes see her with glasses. That's another thing. Okay, just to point it out. That's another thing on the... What is with her and the glasses thing? Is that like a jokey thing? Is there an actual reason, explanation for anything? Because like... That was a... That seemed... It didn't make much sense because they compiled the pachinko, like, cutscenes as I was watching them. But in, like, some instances she was wearing glasses and some she wasn't. And I can't help it. I missed something. Or if it's, like, some kind of in-joke that I'm not a part of. What is with, What's with Delanor and glasses? Sometimes being there. I mean, I just saw it. Yeah, she had the glasses in the wedding. That's true. I don't know. It's just like... I just want to know the deal. What's the deal? Alright, but this was a great stream. Honestly, this was fun. This was a fun 5.5 hours, honestly, of Umineko. This was a good stretch. A good stretch. I think there's nothing really to it aside from a little Easter egg. That would make sense. I guess it's just a little... It's just a little goof. A little goof for us to notice. Man, I can't imagine. Finale on Saturday. Alright, yeah, we'll do that. Let's see. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Like I said, most likely Wednesday, Thursday's Friday. Unless I finish it early. No riddles too. Yeah, that honestly, that's just saving the viewer experience, right? That's less of a grace for me and more a grace for the viewing experience, the viewers. Probably, like I said, we're probably gonna push to finish Starfield over the next 3 days if I can help it. If we finish Starfield early, then like I said, I'd love to check out Final Fantasy 16 DLC that came out. I would love to check out God of War DLC that technically came out also in the past week, so those are gonna happen hopefully. If they don't happen this week, they'll happen probably like next week or whatever. But yeah, thanks so much for hanging out, long stream and all that, dedicating time to watch this nonsense with me. Until tomorrow, have a nice rest of your night, have a great Wednesday. Until then, so long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, yada yada yada.